I would love to share. If I didn't make my hair pink.
Drugs are bad.
I found the button for my hair pink.
What?
I made my hair pink while fixing numbers, and I forgot which one it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, hello, peoples. Welcome.
Super.
Extreme.
Oh, shit.
Congrats on first.
I didn't open roll 20. I'm
Oh,
not
shit, I haven't
prepared.
opened
Steam.
Oh, yeah,
Congrats
no,
on
I didn't
second.
either.
And Yeti. Congrats on 3rd. I got it right this time.
Damn it, I have to sign in again.
Wow. Fake fans.
It's
Are we
fine, don't worry
fans?
about it.
We're just participants.
Well, if you are a participant, then who the fuck are you?
Currently no one. I'm
Wow,
not signed in.
fake players not ready in time.
Right? Unlike
I
the
was
GM
drawing,
who's
leave me
always
alone.
ready on time. And totally not
Fuck,
asleep
I
during
forgot
the
my
session.
password. Uh-oh.
SpaghettiOs.
Doc may have done a forget.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Did
Doc,
you
come
do?
on.
Wait, I might have gotten it?
Hi, I'm Mordred, your friendly fox mom and totally not dangerous.
I don't believe any of that.
Would.
Same.
I'm unhinged tonight. That's how I'm feeling.
I've noticed.
Hi, Unhinged. I'm Sam.
I'll leave right now.
Then
Don't-
go
don't
Mr.
test me, I'll do it.
Unhinged.
Wait, is my bot not working right now? Hold on a second.
What'd you say to me, Mordred? Fucking want to go?
Hmm.
Oh, you want me to go?
Introduce thyself.
Alright, well now that I'm actually signed in, I'm Doc, playing Octod, the barbarian kobold bard.
You
Finn.
sound
Yes.
unsure of yourself. What's the matter?
I
don't know who
forgot.
you are.
Do any of us truly know who we are?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
What?
I lost the plot a long time ago. My screws are officially gone.
See, at
Oh.
least one person understands that you never truly understand yourself.
That's a problem. You're with yourself
No.
literally
Wait, can I
24/7.
change my answer?
I know, and I hate it.
I am terrible company.
Bet. I got it, finally. Holy shit.
One could call it lethal company.
For the company.
Wait, Doc, did you introduce yourself?
Yeah, do I have to do it again?
No, I was just checking. Who's next?
Okay. Crow. Because he questioned me.
I'll question you every single fucking time. Anyway, what's up, everybody? Name's KiryuMakotoVT. I play Arlos, a Hexblade Warlock. That's all you get.
Nice.
Chicken, go ahead.
Say it right, Crow. I ain't answering to shit.
Chicken, go ahead.
That is not. I am not a chicken. Fine. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm Cosmos Keeper,
Don't
Karen.
don't concede.
You already did.
I'll give you a reverse
Fox,
refresher.
go!
K, go.
I just did.
Oh, do you mind doing it again? I actually did not hear that.
Hello,
was
I'm
trying-
Cosmos Keeper, aka Karen. I play Caress, the Aarakocra Druid.
I was very
AKA
worried for
the
a second.
chicken.
Oh, God. I was very worried for a second you're going to say the Aarakocra chicken. And I was like, no, don't give it to the...
Yes.
And finally...
I'm chopped liver.
Oh,
I said
okay, we're
Yeti.
chopped liver. Hold on. Yeti,
Yes.
would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. I am Urgai the Tortoise Monk. I am the Mini Yeti. I'm currently playing Oregon the Tortoise Month.
There you go. There you
Such
go.
such a long pause. I thought that was just it.
No, I heard I heard the brain's gears trying to tick.
I was massively confused for a second.
My brain flipped backwards there for half a second.
Your brain
okay,
does
so
what?
you had the G5s activated, huh?
You have a brain?
Apparently,
real?
I don't.
sometimes.
You guys have brains.
Well, that might be funny for the sake of comedy.
If I
Unfortunately,
only
we do have
had
a
a
brain that is
brain.
currently active.
And I'm Sammy, God Mommy of the Night, and
My
yeah, I
body.
guess I am a game master as well.
A game master or a gay master? Because,
What's the difference?
you know what? Fair.
They're both
depends on the
accurate.
context.
And also, hope you enjoyed that extreme.
Da-da-da.
The 2-for-1 special.
Mine was more of like a question.
Oh, fair.
Dost thou oughta?
Well,
Or dost thou oughta?
I'll answer your question with another question. Who remembers what happened last week?
Alright, who wants it this week? Because I don't know. Didn't I get chained up?
I'll throw down a hole.
I jumped down a hole. Let's be clear about this.
Yeah, you jumped down multiple holes, actually.
You did.
Arlo's missed some things.
I wanted
He
loot, damn it!
cannonballed down a hole.
There was multiple holes that people went into.
Arlo's
Arlo
also. I was gonna say Arlo's also pushed Octod.
Giggity.
I was gonna say Arlo's
Thank you for
also pushed
noticing.
Octod into a portal, and then got
Oh,
kicked in the
good.
balls afterwards.
There was punch. He got uppercut in the balls.
Oh.
Chop, punch. It's all in the mind.
Yeah.
If you want to test
Told
it.
you
sent his-
crow.
Yeah, I sent his vocal cords up 1 decibel.
Oof.
At least I have some, damn it.
Mine are internal. I'm a lizard.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
know
fair.
that.
That you are you sure?
I'm sure I didn't need to know that.
Oh, you didn't need
That's
to.
literally.
Me
Oh,
and
That's-
Crow
that's-
had a scuffle
said-
over whether it was the balls or not.
That was literally.
just lizard
discussion.
biology.
Yeah, that's literally lizard biology.
Still killed my whole life without knowing that.
Well, now you know
Well,
it.
they have a slit that just it's in. Anyways,
anyway.
Education.
so yeah, heading deeper into the Church of
Any
Kaelin,
fucking way.
they cleared out some undead, and made their way through a portal and multiple holes in the ground.
Made our way through a portal is lightly
Giggity.
putting it. Someone was pushed through a portal.
And
I'll do
fought
it again.
a goat-shaped water elemental named Ba.
Are you sure you want to do that again? Because remember, you got punched and then everyone stepped on you pretty violently for the most part.
I'll still do it again.
Yes.
I keep forgetting to make that affinity chart. Once I'm done with my uploads, I'll
I
make
went
one.
for the leg.
So, after going down one more hole, you all come to this icy cavern deep beneath the church.
Not.
And Steve, thank you for nutting in my ear. Also, Mikey, thank you for nutting in my ear earlier.
I was about to say, fucking ignore my.
I
the
didn't
nut
ignore
that
it.
put
I
in your
just
ear.
forgot to mention it. There's a big
Listen,
difference.
You never ignore a good nut.
Exactly. And I've seen some good nuts. There's macadamia, there's almond, there's
Walnut.
cashews, there's coconut, but that's
Pistachios.
not a nut, that's a fruit.
It says nut in the name, I would count it. I don't care.
It's not
so
a
many
nut.
quotes tonight.
You're not a nut.
Yes, I am. Yeah, there's hazelnut.
You're all nuts.
Did you all know that corn is a fruit, technically? I learned that
You
today.
stop that right now, damn it, what?
So funny enough, I did know that. There's no relation to where I live whatsoever.
Whiskey is ketchup.
Yeah, whiskey is ketchup. Did we both watch the same fucking
Yeah,
pirate stop
yeah.
show?
He makes good content, and the fact that he said it so straight.
Whiskey is ketchup.
Whiskey
Yes,
is
I don't know.
ketchup.
I don't
The
know what the
ocean
logic
is a
behind that
soup.
statement is. I don't know what the logic behind that statement is, but he said it too confidently for me to doubt.
No, it's because
Exactly.
corn is fruit and tomato is fruit, and the way you make ketchup is probably similar to the way you make whiskey.
Whiskey.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you heard
the
that?
emphasis on the H. We heard the emphasis.
What makes corn a fruit? I need to know.
The
hold
seeds
on,
are on the
I'll go get
outside.
it.
My brain is like
Hold
the
on.
static that we're hearing right now.
Crow, I'm sending you the short. Hold on.
Yeah, because he reads the definition of why it's a fruit.
Pumpkins are berries. Corn
Yeah.
is fruit.
Strawberries
Shit.
aren't berries.
Everything I
that
know
one.
is a lie.
You
Okay,
know,
no, thank you for
it was-
following.
it was crazy back in the day when it was told that tomatoes are fruits. That was crazy in itself.
Right?
The banana is a berry.
Bananas are just disgusting. So
Bananas are nice.
one.
I don't know.
Did you know that bamboo is grass?
yes.
Do you
Yeah.
know a banana tree is actually grass?
This is a lot. This is a
It's
lot.
not.
Vacation.
It's not wood. It's not wood. It's all leaves going up.
Did you know that
Listen, you need to
cashews
know-
come from a fruit?
You need to know this because this is important for D&D. You
Is
never
this
know.
on the
when some-
test?
It's on.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
on the test.
It's on a test. It's
100%.
right now.
I just had a random idea like 5 minutes ago, like a whole D&D campaign, but all the player characters are teachers, and you're trying to educate like evil students.
No, don't give me that responsibility because my class will be full of class clowns, including myself.
Mike
You're the
is over
teacher
here
that
doing-
everybody likes, but you make a class of idiots.
Taking notes. Taking notes.
My class will be fucking Fight Club.
First rule of Fight Club: don't fucking talk about it.
First rule of Fight Club: duck, dive, dip, dive, and dodge.
All
I
right,
thought that
so
was the.
pros
I thought that was the
pros
rules
the
of
gym.
dodgeball.
Dodge, duck,
Pros
dip,
the
dive,
gym
and dodge.
teacher. Mikey is the drama teacher.
Wait, did you say
And
I'm the
would be-
drama teacher?
No, I'm the
No,
drama
I s-
teacher.
Yeah,
Oh.
you'd be the math teacher.
Fair.
Wouldn't Mikey be the art teacher?
That also
I can
works.
be both.
Or guy just being a counselor.
I'm going to
Yeah, you're
gaslight
supposed
all
to
my
be.
students.
Don't teachers already do that?
Yeah, right?
I was gonna say.
I know my math teacher liked to gaslight the hell out of my class.
The music teacher I had did that a lot. I realized we have gotten really far off topic.
Yeah,
I think we're perfectly on topic because this is
and I'll
casual.
take the blame for that one, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Corn. What the fuck? My head!
Okay.
I was taking a sip of my drink.
So,
Uneducated idiot.
reining it all back in, who's ready for some adventures in Farris?
Yeah, I could take it or leave it.
Okay. Have a good night, everyone. It's been nice. It's been a great campaign. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. This is the last you'll ever see of Charles, Joy, Luna, and Zell ever again.
No! I'll keep Charles alive. I'll keep drawing him.
No, he's dead in canon.
No,
Ooh.
I refuse. I'll become a necromancer, I swear to God.
Why do you want to romance a neck?
Huh?
Neck
A neck.
romancer?
Yeah, come on now. That's basic wordplay.
So,
Maybe
Come on
I
now.
turned into a vampire chicken. Shit!
A vampire
you did it.
dragon chicken?
I've heard
That
of
would be
vampire
so-
bats, but have you heard of vampire chicken?
This is a fair. This chicken's specking into every class.
Blah, blah, caw!
Laugh and hey, breathe fire.
Yeah, because I can still transform into a dragon.
That's crazy. And speaking of crazy, I was crazy. No. What would y'all like to do?
Oh.
Well, we're in a room, a round room.
Sam,
Yeah.
the voice redeems are still paused.
Oh.
Go keep him paused.
It seems like
Yes.
a dining room, but you know, we'll go with
Don't do it, because Yeti's gonna redeem the singing one probably.
You know, I was actually preparing all week for the singing one. I was like making a mental list of different songs. But I'm debating. If someone can entice me enough, I'll ask to unpause them.
Get debated.
I'm not gonna give you a reason to do so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna be the devil on the shoulder here.
What do you mean? You're the angel. I agree.
Oh, well, whatever.
I'm just here. I was just letting you know.
Yeti is the devil on my shoulder.
Yeah.
No.
You activated what? Never mind. Anyways. So, Arlos, you and Zell, you while you're still in your transformed state, start heading out towards this entrance over here. And as you do, you start to see a little more of the room. And you see a little friend over there.
Is it Bob?
It's not Bob. There is a Bob in this room. You'll have to find him.
Has the friend noticed me?
Sam, something's lagging the fuck out of my roll 20.
It might be the giant map. I'm sorry. I tried. It does not seem like they've noticed you yet.
Keyword.
Like I can't do anything.
Uh-oh. I'm so sorry. Not my intention.
Everything's going wrong.
So
Not
I would
even
like
type
to
over there.
cast blur on myself.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Oh, I thought you were doing something. No.
The casual plugin of Mordred has a new computer listed on her throne.
If you would like
Plugging
to
for
drop a link.
Mordred in.
Someone plugged Mordred's throne.
Ow.
Yeah,
I would, but I don't know if I'm allowed to put links.
You should
A
be.
link.
A link. Fuck the system.
A link.
Suddenly just
Weird.
chat.
We are a group of very easily entertained people.
Like I said, I lost my screws a long time ago. I gotta get my entertainment somewhere.
We're the great distractions. We're the great distractions. Maybe try refreshing? Hopefully that'll help.
You've killed Mordred.
And as a matter of fact, I could.
It hath been linked.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeti was banned from the stream.
You've been timed out for
And
4,000.
now the page is
620
unresponsive
seconds.
as a whole.
Yike.
What was that?
She said the page
Uh-oh.
was unresponsive.
That's not good. Okay. If I give control of Alina and Joy to someone else, does anyone mind streaming their stream to Mordred? Or their screen?
Don't everybody talk at once now.
I just got a lot on my
Hold on.
screen right now, so.
hold on.
Deletes tabs, close, 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 close.
Deletes all the porn tabs. It's fine.
That's what I was
I know.
implying.
God damn it!
I never would do it on my computer. I use my phone for that.
Well, okay.
You know what?
You know what? Fair.
Share.
I
What?
have. I just upload. I'm just. I mean, I can. If you just ask me, I'll send you stuff.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I mean, I'll
I'm
accept it, but you know.
I'm just uploading videos, so that's taking up a lot of power. I'm doing some basic thumbnail editing,
Mm.
so
Oh,
trying to
fuck.
make some room on the schedule because I needed more space. I was catching up to my due date.
Are you pregnant?
So
Yes.
you're about to make the same joke.
It's okay. I was thinking it.
God fucking damn it, give me a second.
Would you like me to stream in a lower quality?
Yeah, you can just watch the stream, and I'll give your control to everyone.
It's gonna make it very. Whatever.
How the fuck do you draw hands?
Don't
answer that.
I know.
Ask an AI program. All right, so Mordred, you should be able to direct people where to move Joy and Alina. Everyone, play nice.
So anyway, I sent us all off of a fucking cliff.
So anyway, I started blasting.
When I send Alina out to the front lines.
Oh God. So anyway, you see this zombie.
All right, that's a raid boss level threat. Nuke him.
Fuck yeah! All right, so I'm gonna blast them after I do the whole blur thing.
Yep. So you cast blur on yourself.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
So I do apologize if you guys hear my fan. Just let me know and I'll mute.
You're good.
No, it's okay. It's hot in my room. It'll help.
That is a hit.
Who laughed?
That was me. I laughed.
Thank you.
Go ahead and roll damage. 10 damage to the zombie. You have another blast. That also hits. Go ahead and roll damage. 2. Okay. You dealt 12 damage to this fucker. And now it knows you're here, and I'm gonna need you all to roll for initiative.
Look what you did.
Hey man,
You're an all-star. Get your game on.
Get your game on.
Go play.
Go play.
All that.
Oh wait, shit. I need Charles's sheet too. Fuck!
Good job. People are prepared.
I'm a failure.
Well, I need Charles' sheet to fuck.
That's not. What?
You know
That's
what?
you said.
I heard that
you
too.
said- yeah.
Hey, Crow.
yes.
Who has the higher dexterity?
This is why we need the tiebreaker thing.
It's
My
literally
decimal.
in your page settings. You can set that up.
I'll do.
All right, go to your character sheet on roll 20.
Wait, on
Go
roll
to-
20.
Why didn't it
Yes.
add Charles?
I
God
don't
damn it.
have a character sheet on roll 20.
Yep.
Oh,
Mine's on
yeah,
D&D
you have
Beyond.
to, because otherwise you wouldn't have an icon. You literally do. I see it.
Nuh-uh.
Players,
Nuh-uh.
Arlos. I can see it. Shit. All right, figure it out yourself then.
Mantis banned the word roll.
God damn it.
Damn, how am I gonna eat this sweet?
See, when I click on this, is how do you want to create this character?
Pastry.
It tells me
All right.
just
I'm not looking at your stream, so I can't see.
the character mancer, create NPC, edit the sheet.
All right, we'll just hit whatever. It doesn't really matter.
My dex is 16 if that helps.
Mhm.
Well,
Dex
actually, it
is
doesn't matter. I forget which one you want to do, but there's one of those you want to do. It's not the character mancer.
Charles.
It's not create NPC, so I guess it's whatever that third option is.
All right.
I think it's edit sheet directly if it's the one you want.
That's what I'm on.
Is everyone in?
Charles didn't get on there even though I clicked on his token.
Alina
so-
and Joy, have you added your initiative? Or have you rolled initiative?
I don't think she's done anything yet.
Also, I should add a timer for my roll, because I can't
Wait.
say roll without a timer. Otherwise, I can't reset the timer after I say roll.
Sassy cat.
Cinnamon roll.
Too late, timer started.
Somebody stole my sweet.
Pastry.
Sweet bun?
Pastry.
I can't.
You can't?
Rolling.
So someone stole my sweet circular.
Sweet circular?
Yeah, where did you find that?
No, Mordred, if you close Roll20 and just access your D&D Beyond, I'm just gonna ask you to, like, if you can roll.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Stuff.
Yeah.
What's up, Crow? What's up, Crow?
How did you add the tiebreaker?
I did.
I didn't.
Oh.
I just figured whoever had the higher dexterity.
We have the same dex.
Just leave it. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Ah, found it. Nothing changed.
I'm being spammed right now. Who's messaging me?
Not me.
Sorry.
Doc, it's not you unless your name suddenly changed to Bandit.
What a happy coincidence.
I was
Bandy.
splashing bandits.
I'm being spammed with pet photos.
Is
Are
that
they
ever a
cute?
bad thing?
No.
No, they're not cute, or no, it's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
Absolutely fucking right now.
No.
Except her cat Miso has gained so much fucking weight. He's so fucking fat now.
I'm so sorry, Mordred.
Mordred is suffering in real time.
I wish someone troubleshooted.
Discord's even being a laggy bitch.
I'm in the
Oh, that's
lottery.
great.
I'm gonna buy Mordred a new computer.
If I had the money.
Yeah, it's in the stream now.
If I only had a job.
Did I just stop streaming to the Discord then?
Give her a second. I was gonna ask if it was pinned. Thank you, Steam.
God, if only Throne would let me take commissions for people to donate to that, because I fucking would.
This is going so horribly, I'm seriously about to say fuck it.
Do you want to just use physical dice for the time being? Until your
Does Mordred
computer
have
catches up?
dice?
Like, are you able to close, anything?
By the way, I will mention it is storming outside my apartment right now, so if I randomly disappear, that's because my power went out.
I feel
Hey,
that.
we're just gonna be losing everybody tonight.
I have to say, I would hope it would be outside your apartment and not inside. If it was inside, we'd have a problem.
If it was inside, we have a scientific anomaly, and that's a moneymaker in itself. You should call the IRS.
You should call the SCP
I mean-
Foundation.
I mean, I could open my window and the storm would technically be in the house.
That's not what we mean. You know it.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, Jesus.
for now.
Wait, what did you get?
What happened?
What did you get? I missed it.
I immediately forgot.
Why is that so me?
Well, it's because all of us have ADHD.
Alright, don't include me in this.
Doc, come on. You're part of this friend group. You have ADHD.
I don't even know what that means.
Exactly.
Hey Doc, what was the last subject you mentioned?
The subject I mentioned?
Yeah, the last subject you mentioned.
Well, it was about the IRS and the storm coming into your house.
Before that.
Depends on how far back you want to go.
Literally right before that.
I don't remember. I was looking at my phone.
You're talking about
And
porn on your
uploading
phone.
videos. Huh?
You're talking about porn on your phone.
At least one of us remembers because I had forgotten what happened just 5 minutes ago.
Exactly.
I don't have that's not ADHD. It's me not paying attention.
That's literally ADHD.
No.
That's the whole thing. It's attention
ADHD.
deficit.
Yeah, it's an attention deficit. You weren't paying attention.
Just because I was paying attention does not mean I have attention deficit. Just wasn't. It wasn't privy information I needed to remember, so I didn't keep it in.
I see a joy roll. I see no Oh shit. Okay. All right. So we have initiative. Good to have you again.
I'm not saying Alina's rolls, huh?
Weird. Anyways, so the zombie notices you're all here, and initiative has started. Guy, you're up.
No.
Thank you for naming my ear, Steam. You watch as
No.
Arlos just blasts something through the doorway. Kind of prepares himself in a battle stance.
I went to casually walk over here to see what he's looking at.
Mm-hmm. You see a zombie in the distance.
How far was that again? I can't see these white lines. I don't know where I was. Was it here?
I think it was one down.
So it's 20 feet. Means I can move here without a dash.
Sam, add another one to the corner. Add another one to the counter because remember that you can right click to add corners.
Oh no, I know. I didn't need to at the time. I was
Okay.
remembering the number.
Okay.
For some reason, I thought there was a rat on my screen, but it was just Uruguay moving.
Wow.
I give the meanest roasts when I'm not even trying.
Alright, I'm going to use dash action.
Yep.
Well, dash bonus.
Your step of the wind.
Yes.
You spend a
I
key
will
point
approach.
to do that.
Yes. Yes.
And
Let me just make sure I mark that I got rid of the key point.
yep. So you go in and attack that, and I will reveal the rest of the room as well. Give me a moment.
How many zombies are there?
3.
97. Sorry.
24?
Oh shit!
It's just one zombie. What do you mean?
I broke my
36
dice
counted
bag.
myself.
Uh-oh. I can't believe Crow broke his D-bag.
He broke his leg?
What?
Said he
Break
broke
my
his
foot
D-bag.
off in your ass in a second. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, see? He is a D-bag. Broke himself. What are you hiding behind that big square, Sam?
What big square? Oh, that big square. Hold on. Let me reveal that in just a moment. Here's your enemy.
Is
I
that
see.
a fucking Digimon?
Maybe.
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going
That's
to use.
the second one we fought this or this campaign.
I forget what this one's called.
Omnimon
I
Zwart.
think. Yeah, there we go.
All right, I'm going to use Draconic Strike.
Well,
What was
Does
the other
an
one we
18
fought?
hit?
I don't.
it was just Omnimon or Omegamon.
Yeah.
All right, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Punch a hole in them. Turn them into a donut.
Max damage.
All right, that eliminates that Zambi. Let me go ahead and roll everyone else's initiative now. As we will get the big boss combat out of the way.
I'm very curious as to why he's down here with a bunch of zombies.
He's seeking revenge.
Maybe they're his friends.
Is he
So,
also a zombie?
out of a random question, is there a way to change the color of the grid lines?
I don't think so.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Because
be
I
nice.
can't. Because I can't tell.
Yeah, it would be nice if you could change them to black so you could see them easier.
I really want to.
Because I can't see them. Period.
Wait, no, that's
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, that's what we have the measuring tool for.
Give me a second. Uh-oh.
When Sam says "uh-oh," I get scared.
No, no, it's just me being stupid. Oh,
Yeah, that's
I
why
can't change
never
the
get
color.
worried.
Nice.
Oh,
Thank
well, look
you.
at that.
Okay, that makes this 10 times easier.
Oh my god, that is so much clearer.
Yeah.
Look at that. Now we've all learned something.
I am so happy I asked that question. And I will end because there's nothing else I can do unless I want to get closer to the big scary boss monster.
You still have a bit of movement left.
I do. That's why I said I don't have anything else I can do unless I want to get closer to the big scary boss monster.
True.
Now the problem is I don't remember where I was when I moved, so I don't remember exactly how much movement I have left.
For the greater good.
Alright. That's a you problem.
Well, I mean, I couldn't see the squares, so I'm not entirely sure how close I got.
Well, all these squares eventually make a circle.
God damn it.
Alright, Arlos, you're up. As you
Standard make-
As you see the rest of the room, your eyes adjusting to the light, you see this large, hulking metal monstrosity sits at the other end, just looking up at you, eyes glaring a bright light, almost glowing slightly red.
I don't even have to move in order to hit that guy. Oh, I'm still gonna.
But he sounds sad about it.
Because if I don't, then this blur is for nothing.
A little bit. But he looks up at all of you and just points his sword arm at you.
Mammy Scrubblord, I'm ripped.
I'm gonna look behind me when he points.
He points at each of you, somehow simultaneously.
It is a pretty big sword.
It is a pretty big sword.
Alright. Well, if he points at me, I'm going to point right back at him and use my bonus action Hexblade Curse on him.
Okay, you place a Hexblade Curse on him.
And now I'm going to shoot him.
Alright. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Actually, I'm not going to shoot him.
Ooh.
I've been waiting a little bit to do this. Where the fuck is my damn character sheet?
I don't know.
I
It's
took
your
it.
character sheet.
I know!
So welcome to the second fight with the aspect of Dragon Sentinel. This time, he's resolute.
I'm going to cast Fireball.
Oh, cool. I'll roll a dexterity save. Okay.
Nut.
Bonk.
Steam, thank you for nutting in my ear. Alright, well it fails and it'll take... Actually, hold on one second. I almost forgot. This can actually change up how much damage it deals.
Oh.
4.
That's a lot of fire.
So 4 means that it's now okay. So the fire seems to be very effective against this creature. And it seems
Nice.
to burn quite a bit of it away.
Yay!
A lot more than you were expecting. Alright. Is that your turn?
I got it. I'm marking off the charges now.
Oh, wait. No, you didn't use an attack. You just used Fireball. So, no
Oh
plus
wait,
two.
I can attack again?
No. I was like, for your Hexblade's Curse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was seeing about adding the plus 2. Anyways,
Gotcha. Yep, that's my turn then.
yep. Alright, next up is Charles Xavier. I mean, what?
Charles Xavier. Fucking. Alright. Charles.
Pokemon Johto.
That's all he can do. Unless I want to make him dash, which.
Do you want to make him dash?
No.
Okay.
Do not want him in the danger.
I do not want him in the danger. Alright, next up is... Hold up, Kay. You got a little waiting to do. Because there's a little fucker over here that just wants to make his presence known.
Oh.
And he's gonna fly down. And breathe a little bit of ice on someone.
Oh.
I will need...
Holy shit, Yeti!
Urgai and Arlos, roll me dexterity saving throws.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
X-Men haven't had a good movie in years.
Oh, that was almost a fucking nat 20, you bastards!
Okay. Arlos, you fail. Urgai, you save. So, Arlos, you're gonna take 3 cold damage. Urgai, you're gonna take half that, rounded down to 1.
Nice.
Yep. And that'll be its turn. You're up, Kay.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for something at least.
Bird time.
Bird
Am I
time.
Really?
Bird up.
Bird
Do,
up.
do,
Bam,
do,
bam,
do.
bam. Me and Sam are on the same wavelength there. Good job, Sam.
High five. That, and I also have like NHS's animation stuck in my head.
Bird.
Or
Bird.
NSC? NSC.
NCH.
Bird what?
That's what I meant. Bird up. Alright, so you
Yeah,
move
come
closer, Kay.
Yep.
Taking sight of this thing.
Damn it.
Chicken up.
Chicken up.
All right, I'm done.
Alright. That's your turn. Now it's the Sentinel's turn. It's going to put its sword hand down and raise its other arm up. And as it
Why are you
does,
scared?
up above itself, and you watch as from the closed maw that seems to be shaping its arm comes a cannon that comes out, and it starts charging a large ball, and it's going to shoot an elemental nova at you, centered here.
Uh-oh.
Let me just double check real quick.
Charles might die here.
3. That will be...
Oh no. Oh no!
That one? Oh, okay, okay. That's good. That's very
Why
convenient.
do we ever bring the kids?
I need you all to
What
roll a
they told us
dexterity
to.
saving throw. I suggested it heavily. So everyone in a
Yeah,
20-foot radius of that space, that square, roll me dexterity
No,
saving
we're
throw.
good.
Oh no.
Oh
Charles!
no.
Oh no!
Oh,
We made
Oh.
this Mikey.
All right.
that's Charles.
So, good news and bad news. Bad news is Kay and Charles have failed, as well as what's the dexterity save on this? What did I not write the save in here?
Sam.
Turns out the dexterity save was 0.
No,
Yeah.
there. Oh, okay. 14.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, just Kay and Charles. Good news, Charles has resistance to electricity. Ba-
Will it save him?
Bad news is it's 8d6.
All right.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So, Charles is gonna take 37 rounded, or halved, rounded down. So, 18.
That's all right.
So 18, and Kay, you're gonna take 37. Urgai and Arlos, you also take the 18.
Well, Charles is down, and I take how much?
37. Lightning
also
damage.
down. Cool.
Yep.
Great. See, had I been at full health, I would have been fine. But no.
I could have just rolled that. Okay. Well, okay, we'll roll with that. So that rounded down to be 16. Were you at 32?
I was at
What?
31.
Didn't we take a short rest beforehand?
You should have.
Yeah, we took a short.
You should have.
Yeah,
But then
we
I
did-
got damaged.
No, you should have taken a
know.
short rest in there.
What?
In here.
Yeah.
At the end of last session, I said you all could take a short rest there.
Did you? I don't remember that.
Yes.
Yes.
You were able to heal up.
Well, then I would have been... Shit.
You can take that back a little bit. Also, if Charles survives 16, he can stay standing as well.
No, he only
Okay.
has 13 health.
Well, damn. At least he's not dead. Yet.
Wait, so... Hold on. I would have
What
been
do you
at
mean
max
by
health.
So you take
And then
32 lightning.
32?
Yes.
I thought you said 37.
I did, but then I actually rolled the ability, and I didn't know I could just roll the damage.
Okay, I have 7 HP left. We're fine.
Okay. You're still standing.
Woo.
Yeah. And then Arlos and Urgai, you just take the 16 as well.
Oh.
Glad that that's cleared up.
Yeah.
How much did I say this thing can move? Cool. After that, it'll move closer. And end its turn. Also, this thing is just gone.
It melted.
Speaking of which, it actually also would have exploded.
Where'd the turn order go?
I just realized, where's the turn order?
Did I delete that?
Oh,
if you just,
no.
No, it's fine. It's
If
fine.
you just bring it back,
Okay.
yeah, if you just bring it back, though.
Yeah, no, it's saved. So that thing's dead. And when it dies, Yeti, I'm gonna need another dexterity saving throw. No, or Urgai, I'm gonna need another. Seriously? Oh, you
Oh,
fail.
no.
So you take the max damage of 1.
Oh.
Or the full
Two
damage of
people
1.
healed Charles in chat.
Okay. Charles can heal 44 plus 4. I'll just roll that real quick. Charles heals 16,
Yeah.
Charles is almost back up to full health.
right?
He is.
No,
at
he's
full
at full
health.
health.
I was about to say, if he heals 16, he's at full health.
Alright. And that'll end its turn. So, Joy, you're up. You guys are lucky you can only do that specific ability once per day.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Yes.
If
So
that's the case, you have something else planned for this motherfucker, and now I'm worried.
I have multiple
I
things
got
planned for this motherfucker.
He got
So
two hands.
I have a question. I have a question for you, Sam. It's a very important one. Did Urgai notice Charles go down?
Yeah.
I will also mention that Urgai is Charles's teacher, therefore in charge of him
Mm-hmm.
and his safety.
Yep.
He did a shit job at it.
On your turn, if you want to go Super Saiyan or Zen mode, you can.
That is the plan, yes.
Yep.
I won't let you.
But right now, it is Joy's turn. So what would she like to do? By the way, as it shoots out that pulse of electric energy, you just hear from its maw, or from within its head, just the sound of it calling out the name Elemental Nova.
Digimon, digital monsters,
Let
champions.
me be a nerd.
In this situation, she would stay behind being scared of what this thing can do.
Fair. I mean, she has seen it before.
She is a child.
It's just this theme's a little more black and charred and kind of beat up.
Is it a zombie?
Kinda, yeah. You guys did kill it last time.
Fair enough.
It's still seeking revenge.
Vengeance.
Return the slab.
Return the slab.
What's your offer?
That messed me up as a child. It really did.
It's same.
Or suffer my curse.
That and the heart one.
Heart one?
Is that gonna be your turn? Joy?
What's here?
Alright. So Joy's just gonna hide a little scared. Zell, you're up. What are you gonna do, little buddy?
Zell's gonna run the fuck over here and attempt to hide.
Alright, roll me a stealth check. Also, Joy, if you want to roll a stealth to hide as well. Otherwise, we could just say that you are hiding. But it'll be obvious.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that's Arlos. That's not Zell.
Arlo suddenly is just like, I've got to get the fuck out of here.
I'm gonna go for a pack of cigarettes. I'll be right back.
I'll be back in 18 years.
Oh my god.
Still
Wanna
better
get
than
milk?
mine.
Alright. Zell is sufficiently hidden. And Joy is hidden.
For the most
Yeah.
part.
Yep.
You know.
That his turn? Alright.
We gotta stop bringing the kids to these.
Next up is this Zambi over here,
Oh yeah, he exists.
who notices all the commotion and starts heading over. What's his movement speed? Excuse me. Ah, cool.
It's like, yeah, they don't move very fast.
No, they do not. So it's gonna use its dash to go up there.
Hi, how are you?
And then next up is not Octod's turn.
God
As-
forbid I play the game.
Oh, I know, God forbid. It's because this thing wants to get in the way again. Little fuck.
Another one.
Another one.
I hope
And-
it explodes.
And it's gonna fly down and attack Arlos Charles, and Kay with its breath weapon. Go ahead and
Oh,
roll
okay,
a
that makes
dexterity saving throw.
Suck my bird nuts.
Charles gets disadvantage because he's prone on the ground.
Aw, man.
I'm sorry.
God damn it.
I felt that.
Not a good day for Charles.
It's not a good day for Charles. Or
It's
Kay.
initiative.
So both Charles and Kay take
Oh,
6.
Who rolled
Arlos.
initiative for both of these?
Oh!
I did.
Oh,
I'm stupid.
roll dexterity save.
My brain was just like, hit the button.
Not the button, the other button.
Like I said, I'm tired.
Push the button. The science button.
Hey.
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Well, it doesn't matter either way for Kay.
Okay, Kay, you take 6 damage. Arlos and Charles will take 3.
I forgot his name was Charles Barkley, and I'm the one that gave him the name.
How do you forget his name is Charles Barkley?
Wait, I take how much, Sam?
6.
Thank you.
And that'll be its turn.
Which means I have 1 HP left.
Hey, what HP in a dream is all you need.
1
First things
HP,
first.
dream, and duct tape.
First things first, I gotta do my d20s for my necklace.
Yep. Go ahead and give me that number.
2. Oh,
Oof.
give me that nat 1.
Okay, I'll get the 2.
Oh, that's a bad set right there.
It is a bad set.
All right.
I mean, it could be a really good thing.
It could be.
Well, I can get
This bank
close.
move. Holy shit.
Yeah, I got 10 movement speed on my last level.
Nice. That's barbarian for you.
That's about as, let's say dash, but dashing wouldn't really help me, and I kind of need my
Action.
bonus action.
Mm.
Or yeah, action. Well, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into a rage because everyone's getting fucked up, and that makes me mad.
Snarlger. Very angry.
Yes. Quite upset about things. I'm quite upset about what's going on over here.
Yeah.
This is not all right, chaps. I will move my 40.
Yep.
Fox drinking a 40. Let's go.
I need to see something. Where is it? Does not work from this distance. Okay.
Battlecat.
I cannot really do much from here.
You don't want to use your ranged option?
I can't because I changed it to electric last time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it's still technically electric, so I have to use a bonus action to change it back.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wasn't sure if I made that available on, regardless of setting.
Yeah, so I could dash and kind of throw myself in the middle of everything. I don't know how much that would help.
We can find out.
Do I want to pull an Uruguay? No, he's moving before my next turn. I'll let him go. So I'll end my turn here.
Alright. Next up is Alina. What would you like to do? You see Joy scared behind you, Zell cowering in the corner, and Charles, you just see him barely starting to get himself back up.
Wait till Charles goes full Zenogre. Well, right now he's in kid form too, actually, so he couldn't even do that.
Oh my god, he really is a Zenogre.
I just right. That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah, that's really cool. Oh my god, the amount of accidents that's happened because of
Yeah.
Charles.
Also, I'd like to realize
Second
that
verse same as the first. It
Yeah.
worked great the first time, so let's fucking light this bitch up.
All right.
I have a feeling this won't be as effective because Sam just let out a little giggle there.
Light the bitch up.
Me and Doc were the same wavelength on that one.
Light
Use
this
your
bitch up
lich
like a Christmas
rhyme.
tree.
Regen. Lich Regen. Regen. I can read Latin. Or whatever it is.
Ooh, German.
German.
It is
Probably
German.
German. I don't know Bleach.
there's an Archean in chat.
That's not. It's not even from Bleach. It's just language.
It's
It is from Bleach, but it is
from
language.
Bleach. It also is language.
Well, I know it is, but I'm saying like German is not from Bleach.
I know German is not from
That's
Bleach,
true.
but Licht Regen is an ability from Bleach.
I'm not
6
sure what
additional
this-
arrows? Okay, so
It's
5
so
additional
cool.
arrows totaling to 6. So yeah. Go ahead and roll your
Oh.
12d6 damage.
Out of curiosity, I wanted to see what that translated as. I knew it was light something. It's a light rain.
Oh.
Is
Fair.
it
I didn't
Rain
know-
like Kingdom or something like that?
No, like actual rainfall rain.
It's
Yeah.
rain.
Oh,
It's a rain of arrows.
42 radiant damage. And because this thing is considered undead, that's gonna double.
so that's 84.
Yep. Oof.
And before this thing uses
Also-
mirror coat.
Oh no.
You have cold damage from your katana, I assume you're using? And your sneak attack.
All that for just a drop of blood.
11 for sneak attack. Oh, I should probably change the music, now that I'm thinking about it.
I didn't know if it was intentional or not.
So this thing's taking nearly 100 damage.
Yeah, basically. And you know what?
That might be half its health.
100 damage.
Both it and Lena go down.
Yeah, so why was I supposed to be worried about this boss?
Because as it
Shit,
goes
Mordred, just
down,
don't
it
eat.
falls to a knee, then holds itself up by its sword in its offhand. And as you watch, its armor starts to crumble little by little and kind of fall off of it. And it's the maw holding its sword and its cannon together start cracking and falling apart. But bandages start to wrap around it, glowing a deep red.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Until you watch as this thing picks itself back up, its sword glowing with the bands around it.
See,
Welcome to phase 2. As it uses its mythic action to transform.
What in the shit?
Fellas, I do believe we are royally fucked.
As Alina falls over unconscious.
Well,
It's Zwart defeat. For those who didn't get the inspiration, which didn't come
Yeah.
until like after I had already finished the thing, so it's like it just fits too well. All right, that's Alina's turn, as she goes unconscious.
well, that's half the fight done, I guess.
Well, it just got stronger, so you say that. And Urgai, it's your turn. You just
All right.
watched this thing do that.
I will look back at Charles, and the typically friendly smile and friendly demeanor on Urgai just fades away
Mm-hmm.
as he adopts a more stern expression, and he turns around to face it, not really saying much, aside from, "That was my student." And then he will activate key mode.
Yep. That's a better name for it, honestly.
Yeah. Wait, what did I say? Well,
Key mode.
oh, that works too. Alright, I will approach it,
Yep.
and I will use Draconic Strike Fire.
Alright. You can go ahead and use Draconic Strike Fire.
Oh. Woohoo!
That's a critical hit.
I roll this.
Roll the damage twice.
Alright. Alright, so that's 18 plus the 3 plus 1d4. Of course. So that's 22 damage on that swing.
Oh yeah, let me assist you real quick. Boop.
Happen?
I changed your token.
So that is a whopping
Nice.
that's a whopping 21 damage. If he is still weak to fire, then it's 20. No, that's 42.
42. Yep.
Yeah.
What do you mean still weak to fire?
I don't know. Form changes sometimes change resistances.
You know,
It
fair.
wasn't weak to fire though. It was weak to light.
Well, that was just being undead. Which,
Oh, I thought.
Oh.
It wasn't. I thought the fireball did damage. To
Yeah, I
me.
was about to say.
the fireball did do
Oh,
extra
wow.
damage as well.
I forgot that happens.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right, I will roll for Draconic Strike a second time.
Mm-hmm. That's going to miss.
Gotcha. All right, and I can't. That was my bonus action transforming, right?
Correct.
All right, that's it for me then.
All right. Next up is Charles.
Wait, what?
What? Did I skip?
Where did I go?
Oh. What the hell? Oh, because I deleted
Yep.
Urgai. To add the
We
other...
only want the
Wait, why did you
we only
delete
want the
me?
important people.
Because I was changing your token.
Oh.
Yeah, we only want the important people going.
Oh, so that means you're not involved.
All right.
Nice.
Urgai... Arlos, you're up.
All right.
So I essentially just Falcon punched the thing.
Kinda. But now
If
you're facing
I-
against the aspect of Dragon Sentinel Devastator.
If I move, that gives opportunity attack to the ice fiend thing, right?
If you leave its attack range.
So say if I move next to Urgai, that will give it its attack.
Yes, that would give it opportunity attack.
So if I move here, would I be able to melee attack this guy?
Which guy? Or which spot?
The boss.
Which spot were you pointing
This
to?
spot.
No. You'd be one space away. Unless you somehow had range.
I will risk the opportunity attack.
I will mention there's a good chance that if he hits me, I'm dead.
Fair. It is a pretty powerful swing.
True, however, I also only have 13 health left.
Oh god.
Now hold on now.
Alright, it'll
Just
roll an attack of opportunity against you. Let's see. Does a 12 hit you?
Nope.
Okay,
Alright.
glad we can discuss that.
I'm going to. Plus the We're gonna swing at this thing with the greatsword.
Okay.
Swing from the chandelier, Arlos.
Yeah. Close enough.
That's a hit.
Yes. Good.
You do have damage added to this thing, correct?
Yeah. Oh,
Because
you
of your
mean
bunkai?
elemental damage?
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe you did lightning.
Yeah.
Okay. That works out. Uh, 12 damage.
Did it roll the damage?
It did not roll the bonus damage, but it dealt the 12 slashing damage. That's not the right one.
Thank you.
Didn't I up it to D6s now?
I think, but it still says D4.
Okay, it should be a D6. That's my bad. I might have just missaved it. Please
dare
roll
you.
1d6.
Ooh.
3. Alright.
Breathe.
So as you look at this thing, it doesn't seem that the lightning damage does as much as you would have hoped.
Oh, that's fine.
Yep. That your turn?
No. I will swing again.
Alright. Roll your attack. Oh yeah, and you get the +2 from Hexblade's Curse.
Hexblade. Yeah.
That's another hit. Go ahead and roll your damage. 13 plus 2 is 15, plus the Bankai electricity.
Which won't amount to much. 1d6.
Alright. It doesn't seem to affect it at all.
Oh. I will use my bonus action to cast. Second wind, I think it is.
The fighter ability?
Yeah.
To heal yourself? Yep. Go ahead and roll the 1d10 plus con, I believe. Should say on the ability. Or 1d10 plus fighter level. Alright, you heal 8.
Nice.
Alright, and next up, it is Charles' turn. What are you gonna do as you start picking yourself back up again?
1 second. I had to save.
Remember to save your work, everyone.
He picks himself up, which halves movement, right?
Yep.
Okay, so he gets 15.
Correct.
Hey, Sam, a quick question.
Quick answer.
For great weapon fighting, does that apply to the elemental damage that I do as well, or no?
I'll say yeah. You want to re-roll that d6?
Por favor.
Go ahead. Alright. It still seems not as effective as it could have been.
That's fair.
So you move Charles there?
Yeah, am I within melee of either this... Please. this guy or this guy?
No, you'd have to be right up next to
Damn.
them. Unless Charles has something
Okay.
with reach.
He's got a pole.
He's got a stick, but it's a 5-foot reach.
Yeah,
Damn it.
5-foot reach stick. Charles is tiny. He got tiny arms.
I got a big
You're not
head.
shaming him in
Little
his tiny
arms.
arms.
I don't think this plan was well thought out, Master.
Master.
I'm glad everyone knows that reference.
It's an oldie but a goodie.
It's great. So you were saying?
I mean, that's all he can do.
All right. Charles,
Survive, young one.
Charles moves there, and ends his turn. Kay, you're up.
All right, bear with me. We got a lot of actions.
Wait, you're a bird. I thought. What do you mean bear?
Bear with me. I can't say bird with me. It doesn't make sense.
You could.
We don't have a bear in this campaign, unfortunately.
Damn.
Fine, bird with me here.
Oh, okay.
I don't have wings.
Squawk the squawk of life.
Not all
All
birds
right.
have wings.
I'm gonna use my bonus action. I'm gonna summon the unicorn spirit totem.
Let's
You
go.
say not all. You say not all birds have wings.
Correct.
I don't think that is.
Penguins have flippers.
I think
It's
they're
true.
still classified as wings.
No, they're flippers.
Nope, they're flippers.
I'm going to confirm / deny this.
And I'm gonna
With a
put
quick
this.
And
We'll
you are
search.
wrong / incorrect.
I'm going to put the totem.
They are wings. They're just they're structured differently.
Right up.
I'm gonna. Okay,
Oh, right there?
we can do this. Right here.
Okay. What color do you want the unicorn to be?
Uh,
You fuck nerd.
I don't know. I don't care.
Orange.
Yeah, that works.
That's my favorite color.
We'll call him
Nice.
Sunfire, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Alright, you see Sunfire the unicorn.
Does he have a cape?
that's kind of badass, actually.
Yeah, he's
Actually,
got a
so
fucking cape.
Wait, hold on a second.
We're holding up a second.
Holding up a
Oh,
second.
never mind. I was misremembering something. I thought there was a unicorn called Sunfire Unicorn in Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's called Sunlight Unicorn.
Damn.
Yeah, close enough.
Anyways, so you summon
And
your
then-
unicorn friend.
And then I'm gonna. Where is it? Where did it go? I'm gonna use Healing Spirit. And we're gonna put it on Uragai.
Oh, you put a healing spirit on Uragai.
Nice.
I'm gonna make this one green. I assume when you do it, it heals that person 6.
Yes, but since I've also summoned the unicorn and he's within 30 feet, he gets a boost.
Ooh.
Or a healing bonus.
What's the bonus?
Hold on, I forgot to put the thing in the...
Summon the big giant ability of fuck all. Yep, there it is.
There
Unicorn
it is.
Spirit. The Unicorn Spirit lends its protection to those nearby. You and your allies have an advantage on all ability checks made to detect creatures in the spirit's in the spirit's aura. In addition, if you cast a spell that with a spell slot restores hit points to any creature inside or outside the aura, each creature of your choice in the aura also gains hit points equal to your druid level.
Nice.
All right. So not only does Uragai heal 6, what's your current druid level, Kay?
6.
Everyone except for this guy, and this little fucker heal 6.
Nice.
Except Alina.
I'll take it.
Alina seems unresponsive to this. As the magic kind of just like gets consumed within her.
Slurp.
Slurp. Enjoy that purple slurp. Anyways, that your turn?
Yes.
Bitch, it might
Who
be.
knows? Alright. So next up, it's the aspect of Dragon Sentinel Devastator. It's that guy's turn. Actually, what's the turn order? Fuck it. I won't use layer actions.
I'm sorry,
I want
what?
to commit crimes.
Alright. It'll... Hold on. Okay. 3 blade attacks.
Huh?
Okay.
Excuse me. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
So,
Nice.
it's
Well,
going
you didn't hear anything.
to attack Arlos and Urgai with a blade attack. Arlos, you're first. Does a 22 hit you?
I've got a blur.
Explain how that works again.
I will simply just post it in the thing.
Please do, so I can
Yeah.
read it.
Make Sam read.
Like I did. Sorry, Sam.
How dare you? No, you're fine.
Alright. Sam plays Yu-Gi-Oh! She needs to know how to read.
Fuck that. Who reads and plays Yu-Gi-Oh?
Me.
Right, your body becomes blurred.
Ooh,
you
this
can-
is why you play meta.
No, I don't.
Just because I know how to fucking
Yeti.
play does not
Any
mean
creature has
anything.
disadvantage on attack rolls against you. An attacker is immune to this effect if they don't rely on sight. Okay. Does a 13 hit you?
Nope.
Okay. Well, it misses its first attack. Urgai? Ooh. Does a 25 hit you?
Unfortunately, yes.
Alright. You're gonna take
All.
16 slashing damage, as well as 5 fire damage. Are you still up?
Surprisingly, yes.
Alright, and,
Oh, let's go.
and for its final attack, it's gonna put its sword down, pick up its cannon, point it right at the both of you, and fire out its Draconic Cannon!
Is this a spell?
No.
Fuck.
Roll me a
Wait, is
dexterity
it-
saving throw.
So, quick question: is it a projectile?
It... No. No, it's an area of attack.
Okay. I was about to say, if I could throw it back at it, that'd be funny.
See, the first one could have been counted as a projectile. The Elemental Nova. As it's a big ball of elemental energy. Alright. I also need Charles, Kay, and Octad to roll dexterity saves as well.
Oh god.
This is a
Oh, great, now I'm
30-foot
involved.
cone. Charles, no!
Oh,
I got
Kay, no! Octad, you're
Hey.
alright.
It is not a good day for the bird and their wolf child.
Okay. So,
He's not even.
everyone who failed takes 42 fire damage, and those who succeeded will only take 21.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah?
Who succeeded?
I think I'm dead.
You're not dead. Because it didn't...
I have 4 health.
Yes, but did it surpass your maximum hit points?
No.
Okay. Then you're not dead. You're just unconscious.
Okay.
Wait, what was the DC?
14.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
That one hurt. That one was brutal. Unfortunately, rage does not reduce that damage
It does not.
Why not? Why not?
Because that's
because it's magic.
Bear Totem.
Oh.
However, it cannot use that ability until it recharges.
We're down.
Is Charles alive?
Well, you watch as he goes down before he comes back up at 7 hit points. Everyone who went down except Alina. So you all heal 7.
Oh
No,
god.
you're
Alright,
still
we got-
prone. You're still prone.
Great, we got a band-aid from our stabbing.
Yep. So, anyways, Joy, it's your turn.
The standing
Honestly,
back up
Joy-
take an action.
I say, if Joy wants to hang back and just snipe at the other
Standing
little small
is,
guys, I'll be fine with that.
Is half your movement speed.
Gotcha.
Fears so hide. Okay.
Oh, can I do a reaction to an AOE or no?
What's the reaction?
Hellish Rebuke?
Yeah, you took damage. It does 1d10 fire, right?
4d10 fire.
4d10 fire. Okay. And then make a dexterity saving throw? That is a yes. That one.
Wait, would that be double damage?
No, it's not double damage,
No?
sadly. So I'll be taking that 11 fire damage.
11 fire damage?
Yeah,
It resists fire now?
it resists
Oh,
fire
no.
now.
So we are...
Alright, and
Fuck.
that was Joy's turn. Zell, it's your turn. Also, these guys I'm just gonna say are dead. Cause, this guy is fighting indiscriminately with glowing red eyes.
Would he be in the radius of the guy's explosion?
No,
No, gotcha.
it's just immediately around it. The zombie was caught in the
Okay.
explosion.
Kay and Charles are down, alright?
They're prone. They got up because someone redeemed they all need healing. Mantis.
Oh, okay. So Zell will stay right over here then.
Yep. Although Joy does have healing spells, I'm just saying. Anyways,
That's Joy. That's not
But she-
Zell.
yeah.
But Joy is also a child, and this is terrifying.
Octod, you're up.
Oh no, hold on, let me just apply this thumbnail.
Yeah, and Joy was just barely able to see Alina go down after using her ability, and then see a wave of fire come from the aspect of Dragon Sentinel. Devastator. Have I mentioned that I
Very
just love this
devastating.
thing's name? I'm glad that I picked this name because it feels so cool. It also plays off
Okay.
of Zwart defeat.
So, there we go. I'm having a little bit of a lag issue here, but that's fine. So I go here with my movement.
Mhm.
I will use one of my draconic cries for my my friends here,
Mhm.
and myself. So I also get the buff.
Yeah.
Yay.
So we have advantage, attacking enemies, and yeah. Don't I have?
Wait, for how many turns is it advantage attacking enemies?
It's until my next turn.
Yeah.
Oh,
So basically, you get one turn of it. But I can use it up to 3 times per long rest.
That's pretty good.
He's a really good
Yeah,
ability.
I'm a pretty good assist.
that means I have 8 attempts to hit him.
Yeah, this is why you need Octod around. He'll help you get the hits in and keep you alive.
The funny thing
When he's,
is,
you know-
when this thing transformed, its AC went down.
I would have
Uh,
assumed so since it dropped its
Okay.
armor.
Yeah.
Okay, so its armor disappeared and its attack shot way up, so it's a glass cannon.
Yep.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense considering its armor literally shattered.
And it's being held together by bands if you look close enough.
Well, you don't even need to look close enough. You literally said that to us.
I did say that as well, but you can also just look close enough and see it.
And then I get to play the lottery game of what is he weak to.
It depends on what he rolled on his turn.
Oh, shit.
Every turn I roll a die to determine what ability he resists and what ability he does in damage.
Oh, so it's like the Ram Demon.
The what?
the Rain Demon. It's a real thing in D&D.
Oh, I did not
You
know
roll
that.
you roll its AC every turn.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Okay. And all right, so now I gotta hit this thing.
Mhm.
I was checking some stuff. So
Go ahead and attempt your attack on it.
Swing thine axe.
That is a
and I get
hit.
to roll for advantage. I get to roll for advantage, though, so let's hope for a crit here, boys.
Yeah. Roll for
I do not
advantage.
recognize that Pokemon.
I
Obstagoon?
did not get the crit.
It's
I
the
did not get the crit.
Galarian evolution of Zigzagoon.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Alright, but you still hit.
Plus
Alright.
2 from my rage.
so-
And because I'm raging, where is it?
So 10 slashing, 4 lightning,
First
and 2 rage.
hit on your turn. And which activates my ancestral protection,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm trying. I think that did it. Yeah, so
Yep.
just in case you need a recap on that, that's for everyone. Basically, my supporting. And I have extra attack, so I can hit again.
Mm-hmm. When you hit an attack on your turn,
Do I get advantage still with my draw cry? Or is it
yes,
only my first attack?
I believe it's. No, okay, well, you'll have to
Yeah, it just says attack rolls, so I
Okay.
can do it again.
see. On any attack rolls that isn't against you. Okay. That's a hit. Just barely.
Oof.
Alright. 14
Got 2
slashing,
for my rage.
2 lightning, and 2 rage.
And I believe that's all I can do. But I set us up pretty nicely.
Yeah, you did. Alright, next up. You all are too focused on the creature in front of you to notice anything behind you, except for Kay, who's currently on the ground facing towards Alina. And you can watch as Alina, her body slowly starts to bulge and stretch and glow. A little bit of eldritch red aura as her hand reaches up, slams into the ground, with her other hand following, pushing her up as fur starts to cover her arms. Her mouth stretches open, ripping off the mask as her clothes meld into her fur. And you watch as this big, hulking werefox stands in the place of Alina, wielding the Fang of the Devourer. Werefox, you're up. And the only other detail you can make out about this creature is its bright red glowing eyes. And the creature, I mean Alina.
Wouldn't we have already technically known it was Alina since we've seen her transform before?
Yes, but this one seems a lot more feral.
Alright.
What would you like to do, Werefox? It's almost as if she isn't taking control. Okay, that is unfortunately going to miss. However, in your Werefox form, you do have a bonus action attack with your...
Does she not get the Draconic Cry?
She was too far.
mind me. I'm being a stupid.
It happens. You can use your bonus action unarmed attack to claw this thing. Or I believe you can use your other ability as well. Oh, Alina doesn't need healing at this moment. But thank you, Mantis. Very much appreciated. No, it's fine. You were concerned. Let me just refund you real quick. Actually, I cannot. Steam, can you refund Mantis, please?
There's other people in the party that need healing.
That too. Alright. Yeah, it works as written. If you do land, you will get your sneak attack to it. Basically, roll it like a dagger, but with the d6. Oh, you want to howl? I can read. I'm sorry. Once per turn, once per transformation, you can let look currently howl. Until the end of your next... That lowers the guard of those around you until the end of your next turn. You and any target you choose within 10 feet of you gain advantage on melee attack rolls. Alright. You just gave everyone within 10 feet of you, so Arlos and Uragai, advantage against this creature, as well as yourself.
So wait, I have double advantage?
Yes, but it only works as one. It only works for one.
Yes.
Wait, we don't get super advantage?
You do not get super advantage.
Oh.
That means I have 9 tries to hit it.
Yep. You just watch as this feral werefox just howls into the air. Just deeply and forcefully catching the Sentinel off guard and giving you more opportunity to attack along with Aktad's draconic cry. Leading up to Uragai. You're up.
Alright, this is either going to be really good or it's going to be really bad because I'm about to throw haymakers or I'm about to miss all of these.
Yep. Also, I'm just gonna stretch real quick.
Channel your inner Itadori, brother.
Alright, so I'm going to use Draconic Strike Ice for the first one.
After you stand up, I assume?
Yes.
Yep. That's a
15.
hit. Although you
Alright.
do have advantage.
Yeah, I'll definitely take that 15.
Alright. So you hit at least.
Yeah. Here's the first hit.
And you said ice.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it'd be 12 plus 1d4.
12 plus 1d4. Go ahead and add that. So 16.
Says, yep, 16.
Okay.
So I take it that one wasn't doubly effective?
It seems more effective than you expected it to be.
Oh, so it is ice. Nice. All right, so Draconic Strike Ice again.
Mm-hmm.
17.
That's a hit.
Yep. And
But
then
you
roll
have
again, just in
advantage.
case it's a bigger number. Yep.
Yep.
Come on, crit, baby! Oh,
Oh,
No crit
Yet.
yet. Still lots of damage. 13,
So that's 16 plus
16.
1d4. 19.
19. All right. So 38.
Yep. So Urga is throwing haymakers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then I'm going to use Flurry of Blows.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attacks.
Draconic Strike Ice again.
Mm-hmm. That's a hit.
Yep. Let's see if I get a bigger number. Nope, it's the same number actually.
Interesting. All right. Go ahead and roll your damage.
All right. All right, so that's 11 plus 3. That's 14 plus 1d4.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 17. No,
Okay. So
no, I think I did the math wrong.
18.
Yeah, 18.
All right. So 36.
All right. Draconic Strike Ice again for the final time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You nat 20.
I'm not gonna. I don't need to roll again for that one.
I mean, you can. If you want.
If I
Be
get
funny.
2 nat 20s. Yeah.
Right. All
All
right.
right, so
Roll critical damage.
there's that. Then there's that.
All right. So 26.
Yep, 26 plus the 1d4.
Yep. So 28.
28.
56.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay.
How much damage did I do to him this turn?
Over 100.
Nice.
Anything else you want to do?
I don't think I can do anything else.
All right. Sounds good. Arlos, you're up.
Alright, I'm going to use my bonus action to switch my damage type
Mm-hmm.
and go with ice.
Sounds good. As alternatively, you can just add it on top.
I can?
Yes.
I'll have to pick between.
That one doesn't say you have to pick, does it? Just when you first bring it up. It still costs you a bonus action to activate it on top of whatever you have.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to stack the damage then.
Yeah, yours,
I'll add
I'm
ice.
allowing that you to stack it, but it takes up your bonus action to do so.
Works for me. We're gonna go and swing our sword out.
Mhm. You can swing your sword, your gilded sword. You got, you got advantage.
And we'll see if we get the crit here. Maybe
Yeah.
not.
You did not get the crit, but you still hit. So go ahead and roll your damage. Alright, 12 plus 2 is 14. Plus the 1d6 from ice and 1d6 from cold. Or 1d6 from cold, 1d6 from lightning. Electric.
It's
I'm gonna
electric.
do the ice first.
Yep. That's a 6, so yeah. 12 damage on top of that.
Do the lightning.
And it's another 12 damage.
Nice.
Oh, you thought it was still resistant to electricity?
I did.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If you pay attention,
Ah.
whatever damage it does, it resists.
Okay.
Yeah.
You swing again then.
Go ahead. That's a hit. Maybe you can crit.
When you receive tooltips halfway through the boss fight.
That's not a crit, but there you go.
We'll take the damage.
Yeah.
Dablage.
Damblage.
Reminds you.
Oh.
14 plus 2 is 16.
The cold damage.
That looks like a 6. That's a 1.
Nope.
Okay, so 1 is a different color. Alright, so it's still 2 damage. And 5. So. Alright, that's a ton of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Actually, no, that's not just. Oh, yeah, I did double it. Alright.
To the next person.
Yeah, it's starting to look very beat up.
Nice.
I saw this boss in half.
Charles, it's your turn, buddy.
Is it?
It is his turn.
Okay.
He's alive, don't worry.
The boss is caught in a full combo.
Right?
First of all, he's gonna stand up. My poor boy.
He's been downed twice.
He's like pushing himself up on his tiny little arms, and he's like, "Don't worry, I got this."
I've got my stick.
I can breathe.
I can fight.
Get him move here.
Uh-huh. Can you just barely reach there? Next to the giant werefox.
What?
Next to the giant werefox. Oh, wait, that reminds me.
Shit!
That reminds me.
she was transformed.
Giant werefox. All I want to do is see you turn into a giant werefox.
Well, I mean, all things considered, Charles would be the least freaked out by it because of the fact that Charles transforms himself.
Well, it's not even that. If she's not in control of herself, he could get hurt.
He's already been hurt.
Well, more hurt.
That's a lot of damage. How about a little bit more?
He's
All
got
right.
7 HP left.
Charles, if you want to attack,
He's gonna use his stick.
his
To hit the
shocky
ball.
stick.
His shocky stick is all he's got, Sam.
Well, he has his other stick. It's just a normal stick.
He only has one stick.
He also has punches.
It's true.
They're good punches.
He's-
They're good
you know,
punches.
you know what? He's gonna ready up a fist.
Okay. That's a hit! Charles, he
Oh
did
my-
a hit!
Oh my god!
He dealt 10 damage to this thing.
Holy shit.
Go, Charles!
And he's like, "That's for hitting my dad."
I mean, okay, thanks, son.
Yeah. Okay, on the ground, just feathers like missing.
Yamcha pose.
Everybody's over here full comboing it, and Charles runs up and does the equivalent of punching him in the shoulder.
I mean, it's a good punch. Kate, you're up.
Oh god. Okay, Birdman.
Okay.
Stand. He's had enough at this point, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And shit. Hold on. Okay, what spells do you have prepped? Because we didn't do a long rest.
Well, we have some spells that we really should be using, some spells that I want to use, but haven't come up yet, and I don't know.
First of all, Sam,
Yeah?
I love you.
Love you
You're a
too.
great friend and DM. But I want to bop you on the head.
Everyone does. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna throw cheese in your face.
No.
This
Deserved,
pepper
honestly.
jack is extra spicy.
I have pepper jack in my fridge.
I'm gonna fucking
Yeah,
bark skin
not the
myself.
cheese. Yeah.
Bark skin go.
Bam.
Bark skin, go.
Cheddar.
On myself.
All right, you raise your AC to 16. Anything else you would like to do?
Not me forgetting what my bonus actions are every fucking time.
You can toggle bonus actions under your actions.
I'm working on it.
Yep.
I can't do a single fucking thing. So I'm done.
All right. Now it's the Aspect's turn. It's gonna look at the werefox and the turtle. Oh god. Let's see. Okay. So it's gonna swing at the werefox. Does an 17 hit you? All right. Well, that's gonna be 11 slashing damage and 2 lightning damage. Now, Turtle Sensei. That's an 18 on the die. Oh, wait, it has disadvantage against both of you. Hold on.
Let's go.
Okay, that's higher against Alina. And then for...
You're welcome.
That's higher against... Okay. I tried. So it still hits both of you. Anyways. So. Iragai. You're
The
going...
damage I take?
You're going to take... 14 slashing damage
I'm down.
and 1 electric damage.
Well, at least it takes 7 slashing damage.
Yeah, it's... Well, it's both, actually.
I have your damage.
You take what's on screen, the 13 damage. 2 of it being electric. Next up, it's gonna look at the 3 of you, Arlos, Urgai, and Octad.
Wait, you have my damage? I'm confused.
I did not half your damage.
I was confused by what Doc said.
Oh.
Just ignore me.
So I'm gonna need... I'm sorry, Kay.
What do you want from me now?
Can I get the 3 of you, Urgai, you're just gonna fail and take 2, fail saves. Roll me dexterity saving throws. For its draconic cannon. That
For
recharges...
just K?
For
Or
Kay,
K?
Arlos, Urgai would, but he just takes 2 instead. And Octad. I recharged it this turn.
Hold on. I think I have something for this.
I think
Hold on.
Draconic Cry
For
actually
myself.
does give you... No. The Unicorn. Unicorn gives you advantage on saving throws.
Oh, thank God. Oh God, it got worse.
Oh God.
Oh. Yeah, I'll take my
Arlos, you
16,
save.
Thanks.
And Kay, you also save. So you take 16.
Guess who's down again?
I'm sorry.
How much am I taking?
Octad, you take 32 electric damage.
There I go, fellas.
Oh God.
All right. Next up.
That's half my maximum.
Yep. Joy,
I mean, I do only have one death save left.
I am aware. Joy,
Oh,
you're
no,
up.
I was responding to what he said in chat.
It's up to you, Mantis.
I started this fight at full health.
It's Joy's turn. You just watch as you just saw as a blast of electricity just barely makes it through the door. Right before you run up to it, hearing people that have fallen over. It's limited. It's limited, Crow.
Oh no!
Mm-hmm.
I finally get to do something. I only get one turn to do it.
Joy, seeing the madness of this situation, the scene before her, and seeing what has become of her mom. A large, feral creature. What does she do? Time for some fire! That's a hit!
Damn.
That's a hit, Joy! That's... Oh my god.
Did
Joy,
Joy kill it?
how do you want to do this?
Oh, thank
Oh
God.
Oh my god.
And also, Air Guy, roll 2d4 plus 2. Air Guy. Don't worry, I spelled it wrong longest myself.
Ugu guy? I remember that.
Ugu guy.
Is crazy.
Are you... Or no, you are you...
Sam, what was the roll?
2d4 plus 2.
I gotcha.
So, Joy, how do you want to do this?
Alright, so that is 8.
Alright. Oh yeah, Alina, I'm also gonna need a wisdom saving throw when you are available. For your last turn. Yes, that is how you spell it. Uruguy. There's 3 U's in that name.
I'd like to buy a vowel.
Uruguay. They're all vowels. Aim straight up at the center of its body. And it's not... If it's large enough from the firebolt, burn... If it's large enough of a firebolt, burn those straps. Alright? So yeah, Joy comes through, getting a moment's bravery, pushes her way past the doorframe, holds her hand out, sees the scene before her, and just uses her one fireball, hitting this thing right through the chest, burning away the binds that hold this thing together as it falls apart, slowly fading into dust, as the blade of this creature sinks into the ground in front of it. Now a pile of ash. The only thing remaining is its blade, which looks like a very interesting sword. Alina, go ahead and roll me 2 wisdom saving throws. Unless you succeed the first one, in which case just do the 1.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. You... Oh, intelligence. Oops. Yeah, you save. You're able to, for a moment, break out of shake off the whatever was taking control of you and look around. The Sentinel, now dead, leaving in its place a greatsword of intricate design.
Can I inspect the greatsword?
Sure. It's just stuck into the ground a little bit.
I will pick it up.
All right. How would you like to inspect it?
Can I check to see if it is magical in nature?
Go ahead and roll in Arcana check. And also for Kate and Octad, you're stabilized. If somebody wants to come over and heal you, that's on them. I mean, if Joy wants to learn how to use a greatsword.
I want to go over and check on Charles.
Charles, as you walk over to him, you see just him panting, shoulders kind of slumped forward as his arms are just between his legs, still balled up in fists, just burn marks all over him and his clothes.
I put my hand on his shoulder.
He flinches a little bit, facing you, and kind of calms, seeing that it's you and not danger.
Did good, kid. I say, and I want to release my key state.
Thanks. I tried my best.
He got one punch in.
Hey, that's all you need sometimes. There was a whole show about getting one punch in.
That's true. I've never seen it, but that's true.
It's pretty good. First season, at least. I don't know about the second or third.
First one's looking quite boring, but I also think the whole show is kind of boring.
Fair.
That was the idea, but yeah.
Alright.
How do I change the PNG?
Just bring your character sheet or token back. Just respawn it in.
Wait,
looking
you can
over.
flip the token?
No, I didn't make a flip token for him. Arlos, you can sense this thing is very magical, yes, but you're not exactly sure how so.
Is it too late to use the knowledge of a past life?
Would you like to add to the roll?
Making an 18.
Alright, you add 5 to the roll. Yeah, this sword is definitely magical. You could feel it along its intricate engravings along the broad side of the blade. You'd have to look into it more, probably even attune to it to understand what its nature is, but best you can understand, this is basically an artifact. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Alina, as you're coming down from your feral rage or whatever it was that was taking over you, you watch as you realize you're not holding your katana. You're holding the fang of the devourer. And as you look around, you find your katana embedded in the wall, back where you fell over. Over here. as you walk slowly to go get it, you see how deep it is into the wall, how cracked the wall is from the amount of force used to throw it in there. And as you pull it out, you watch as the blade comes out chinked, a little rougher for wear. Even the handle is a little warped. And almost seems as it's not as effective as it can be. And as you watch, you just see flashes of destruction, fire, screaming blood, a child in your arms, someone in front of you, blood on the ground, yells all around you, and you're trying to scream out, but nothing comes besides a blood gurgle. And you watch as the person in front of you, their hand falls, and besides the screaming, the burning, the destruction all around you, right before you come back, you hear Joy in the distance shouting, "Mom! Mom? Mom?" And as she rounds the corner, you see her, and then you snap back and you can see that she's calling out to you. "Mom? Are you okay?" "Did you hurt your sword?" "Oh no. Well, maybe we can fix it. We can ask Penny. We can ask Penny to see if she can fix it. Maybe she knows something." "Are you okay though?" She walks closer and actually looks up to you. You towering over her. A smile not as big as it was before, that you know Joy's smile to be. It seems to be a little smaller than normal. Wary even. Okay. Well, should we take a nap or something? I think everyone's hurt. She looks at the rest of you. What would you like to do?
I like to think Kay is just on the ground, like burnt, feathers missing, like
I'll be
knees
right back.
propped up,
Somebody's knocking on my door.
head hanging down. Like, why do I get myself into these things?
Someone stabilize me, please.
I thought you were stabilized.
You are stable. It's just if they wanted to heal you, that would be on them.
Oh, I missed that part. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not that sorry.
if everyone's tired, maybe we should take our 10-minute break right now.
And a long rest, perchance.
Are we safe here at a long rest?
I mean, you just killed the big thing. So maybe. Why is that not on a timer?
Why are you not on a timer?
Ayo? No, the cheese was just stuck on my face. I thought it was on a timer still.
The cheese.
But yeah.
Sammy, how long will it take to attune to something?
it takes usually a short rest to attune to something.
Won't take
Oh, it
that
was a
time
day.
to try and do that.
I guess it just depends.
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and take our 10-minute break, and we'll be back shortly. After a long
She stole
rest.
it, and you know that, damn it.
All right. See you in a moment. So yeah, so I was stuck in the what? Oh, we're live. So how's everyone doing?
Doing fantastic.
Why is she giant?
Oh, I forgot to shrink her. My bad. Cause I control her size, not her herself.
No, giant Alina, not too bad. Not a lot. But anyway, we made it out. We almost didn't. Giant Charles, he's gonna eat us all. All right, Humongosaur, relax.
I'm joking. Humongosaur. Inspiration for that.
Oh, well, giant popper on the loose.
No, you get inspiration from the GM.
Hey.
So, you all take a moment to long rest after a grueling battle of revenge. And having attuned to a new weapon. What would you all like to do?
Well, what should we go and investigate the rest of the cave?
Also, I can only hear Arlos if anyone else is talking.
I'm the only one that's talking. Everyone else won Danny Phantom.
Right?
I'm eating, so I'm muted.
That's fair. Oh yeah, so why is Charles muted then?
Sam, cheese.
Yeah. 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 Is this Gouda?
No, it's blue cheese.
Ah,
Enjoy.
blah, 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 blah. Get off my face. Yeah. Yeah. Don't like it.
Blue cheese is delicious, and I will die on that hill.
Oh no,
I like
I'm not.
eating it on crackers.
I actually don't argue against blue
Mordred
cheese.
Cannon
We're making
said,
a show.
"Why is Mordred muted?"
God damn it.
I was gonna say it. But it feels like I pick on you for that too much, and I don't want to overdo it and make you mad. Because I love you. Anyways. Everyone who's muted and not muted.
I can crack the jokes because it's my way of accepting it.
Fair enough. What would you like to do?
Guys, we have to find a way out of here, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Kinda don't want to spend the rest of our days trapped in here.
You don't?
No. Not at all.
You turn around to see who said that, and you see no one behind you.
Wait, what?
I'm joking. It wasn't me.
In
That
case,
did
like, Arlos, are you good?
God's fucking with me again.
a little bit.
What have I done to deserve this?
Nothing. It's just funny.
It's cruel.
I
respect it.
Thank you. You'll see us. Arlos is just talking to himself. Octot, you hear whispering, but you can't make out any specific words.
It just like gently pulls Charles away. Like, don't listen to Uncle Arlos. He's gone insane.
Joke's on you. I was never sane.
Oh yeah, let me take a blur off of you.
Zelto, look, now we're being chased. I'm kidding. What the fuck? Why'd the map go black?
That's me. Oh no. Shit. I guess Control Z didn't work on that. Let me just reveal area instead of hide areas because it's funny.
I blended in with the background. Oh, well, there you go.
That's rude. Wow. Okay. I actually didn't mean to cover you up. That was just an accident.
No, Charles has glowing eyes. It's okay.
Charles has slightly glowing eyes. They don't provide light.
Oh, no flashlight.
Like, he'd have to be right up against a wall to to have it illuminate anything. And that's in his wolf form. Dire wolf form. Alina.
Oh.
Or Mordred. Whoever's talking to me. Up to? Oh. Yeah. To hide it from Joy. With a little smile, a head pat, and just putting your mask back on, you think Joyce accepted it. Let me just... Hold on, actually. Hit! She smiles. No, it got... Basically, the ties came undone. I did say it ripped off your face. Ah, fair. I was thinking like it came untied and got pushed away by your muzzle. But I did say it ripped. So oops. At least you have clothes this time. No, you're fine. I've already done the rolls to see if she noticed. Or not. And I told you what resulted from that.
Hey.
So what would you all like to do?
Crime.
I mean, which one?
Yes.
Alright, where do you want to start?
Okay.
Hmm?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Octad, you take 2d4 cold damage as your
No.
bands start to glow.
I deny this.
Too bad. Arson? That's a good one. I like arson.
All of them. War
Uh,
crimes, even.
war crimes even. Alright, but what would you all actually like to do?
Well, we do have to get out of here. So that means pick a tunnel.
All right, we'll go this way. Well,
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Oh, you sounded so exhausted. Secret tunnel.
You did just have a long rest. You should be fine.
Through the mountain.
Really, I didn't hear that. Cool. What?
What'd you say?
Huh?
What, Sonny?
I can't quite hear you.
So I heard you wanted whatchamacallit? Malinspiration?
Wait, what?
Yes. I have invented a new mechanic.
Call that
Reverse
disadvantage.
inspiration.
Uno reverse.
Oh no. Well, gang, we can either go up or we can go down. How you guys feeling?
You can see this.
Oh, we go up.
Alright, up it is. Or down.
Oh, make your mind up, Turtle Sensei!
Uragai, where you going?
Why are you always diverging from the group and shit? Well, Turtle's going senile.
Protect
Well,
your
it looks
students,
like-
Uragai.
Oh my god, I've been muted this entire time.
Are
Holy
you
shit?
I asked if everyone was muted.
I didn't realize I was.
I took my headset off for a bit.
Skill issue.
Fair.
You're a skill issue.
Alright, you're starting to go up.
I think you hurt Yeti's feelings, that skill issue.
All I heard was you're a skill issue. I was like, oh my god.
Your skill issue, followed by small, low grumbling.
Hey, Arlos. Roll me a perception check.
You
We
know
keep
I'm
forgetting to look
notoriously
up.
bad about this. That, yeah, you'd think we would do that by now. Oh, nice.
Alright, Arlos. As you do look up, you notice two icicles that kind of look out of place a little bit. In fact, they seem so out of place that they don't look like icicles.
Oh, great, more.
Yeah.
So they don't get a surprise round. But go ahead and roll for initiative.
No, for fuck's
That's
sake.
the wrong button. There's the right button.
Refreshing because black screen again.
Oof. Well, everyone can
Nice.
control Alina, so when need be, please do.
Oof.
Oh my god.
I have to laugh because initiative keeps getting K and Charles's initiatives like backwards.
It might be just who's you clicked on at the time
Well, I clicked on myself first.
before you rolled or after.
Yeah, before.
Click on these
Well,
nuts.
I added you.
Well, I got
Charles got a 22.
Yeah.
He's got a what?
Yeah, Charles got a 22 for initiative.
I'm over here gonna
Marl.
shoot somebody.
I got a 17.
You got 17. All right, is everyone in? Zell, Joy, Joy's in. Zell,
Zelzin. Should be. No, it gave me Zell's initiative. Okay, never mind.
okay, gave you Zell's initiative. Adding Zell.
Yeah.
I'll put Zell's in. You put yours in.
First thing in the morning, we're not doing too hot. We're a little sluggish.
Six stuff.
All right. First up, Charles. You're just up and raring to go, especially after that big punch you gave that big meanie.
Look, he's raring to go. He's like,
raring
I
to go.
did a thing.
Also, something has dawned on me. Hasn't Alina had her infant with her this entire time?
Joy has.
Gotcha.
Charles is gonna dart forward. And he's gonna take his whacking stick.
Yeah, they're a little above you as they're still pretending to be icicles, but you know, you can still reach them with your whacking stick.
Look, he's gonna attempt to reach them with the whacking stick.
Yeah, and he can. You just gotta hit them. And just double checking. Yeah, that hits them.
Whack!
So yeah, he
The boss
deals
is such a-
12 damage to that one. Is that his turn?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Next up is the fucker who just got whacked. He didn't like the fact that he just got whacked. In fact, he's pretty mad about it.
Oh, whack on.
So mad that he's flipping around. He's flipping mad.
Gonna-
And he's
Is he
gonna
gonna
breathe some
explode?
ice on all of you. Go ahead and make a dexterity save. Charles, Arlos, Zell, and Octod. And Kay.
This is
The story of a girl. Cried a
I
river
cried
and
a river and drowned the
world.
whole world.
Well, she looks so bad in photographs. They absolutely love her
Did
when
it
she
not-
smiles.
It didn't do Charles's dex save.
It's right there.
Alright.
It's 9.
Oh, I see. I don't see it all of a sudden. What is?
It's
Oh,
at the
never
bottom
mind.
there.
Yeah, I do. It's
Uh,
fine. I'm blind.
and I see K's, Octod's, Arlos. I need Zell. Wait, Octod. Oh yeah, you are in it.
what do you mean?
Yo, shush.
Yo, shush you.
No, shush me.
Jesus Christ.
Oh
That was
no,
hard.
buddy.
Did he roll in that one? Yeah. I didn't have to look.
Both
Okay,
back-to-back
So
nails.
everyone who got 10 or higher, so not the children, take 3, and the children will take 6.
Three. Three.
And that'll be its turn. Kate, you're up.
My reaction to do the thing?
Yeah, you can react to do the thing.
I'm gonna do the thing.
Alright, go ahead and do the thing.
It's my turn.
It rolls saving throw. Okay, go ahead and do your spell. And yeah, it will be your turn.
Okay. I
As
was-
soon as 10. All right. Well, it saves and it'll take half, and then it'll take double because it's weak to fire. So yeah, it did not like the fire.
But we didn't
Why
start the-
not?
We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning.
Exactly.
I can start the fire.
You could. It is Kay's turn though.
I'm gonna zoom over here. I'm gonna hit this guy.
Well, you zoom
Wait.
in.
Flame blade.
Ooh. Go ahead and make your spell attack roll. That's a
Yeah.
23. That's a hit. And 17
so.
Shit. Okay. Yeah, I don't even have to check. Oh yeah, but one thing I did forget to check. Charles and Kay, you're both going to have to make separate dexterity saving throws. And give me Charles first. Alright, Charles makes it and will only take 4 ice damage.
Oh god.
And it's almost like these kids need a level or something. And Kay makes it, so you'll take only 3.
Cool.
That'll be the end of initiative. I'll keep it just for prosperity's sake. So you never know what else could be in this cave. Excuse me. Alright, so you continue forward. revealing more of the area. Hi, how are you? Are you sure you two want to be the front runners?
Not really.
You can ask someone else to be in front.
Somebody get up here, please.
Put Arlos in the front. He's the most expendable.
Okay, guy.
I don't remember that.
Good.
I will remember this.
We have suddenly turned into a Telltale series.
Isn't that what D&D already was?
Yeah,
I mean, we've already made the joke like 7 times at this point.
7 billion times. Do you
Alright,
Sam, I'm glad you said something.
No. Do you have any threes?
I
Go
like
fish.
go fish.
I play cards. See if we can leave him alone.
Huh? Who said that? Do you have any fours?
Well, no one else is going to do anything.
Well, you're a zombie. You talk to them.
Do
You're
you
evil.
have any four? Okay. This one's gonna look up
Back.
over to Joy. Do you have any threes? I need a pair of threes. That's not a 3.
That's a 26.
That's a 26.
Why are you attacking them, Joe?
Who are you attacking? 4s or 3s?
4s.
4s? Okay.
3's my favorite number. I can't do that to him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for damage. 8 damage. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
And that's a nat 1. All right. Do you have any fours? I'm going to roll their initiatives. It's nat 1 and 5.
Why
So
didn't you just let him play a card game? Why'd you have to attack him?
You know? Just fuck them, that's why.
all right, Octad, you're up. 4s is angry. 3s is
Wow.
annoyed.
I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Alright, yeah, that's perfect. Just go. Swoop. I'm not even gonna bother going into a rage.
Okay.
Hit with my axe.
That's a hit. That's a damage. That's a big enough damage. So I think you gave 4 a pair of 2s. Because he's split in half.
Well, I still have more movement, so.
You do. And you have another attack.
Alright.
That's a hit. That's a damage. Anything else you'd like to do? Alright. Well,
yeah.
Alina, you're up. Do you want to give 3s a pair of 1.5s? It's a math joke for those who don't get it.
I got it.
Thank you.
I got
Let's see. Thank you.
Another funny math joke.
You have a funny math joke?
Yeah, look at the chat.
Impossible.
Hold on. Which chat was I looking at?
Stream.
Oh. That's the one I don't have up. God damn it!
What did you do? Let's see.
Yeah. You go ahead and do what you're gonna do. That is fair. Go ahead and roll with your short bow. I just took off my headphones for no reason. That's a nat 1. That's unfortunately gonna miss. Luck. That also works. That's gonna be a hit.
Is it bad that I thought she just misspelled fuck?
I thought she did too, then I realized, oh yeah, it's luck. That's enough. You take it out. With lethal force. And indiscriminate action. What playing cards?
I don't think they actually had playing cards.
No, they did not.
I think they're just asking if they had 3s and 4s.
What if they died playing Go Fish and they don't realize they're dead?
Oh my god.
What?
You heard me.
I mean, yeah. Possible.
All right. That'll be a hell of a way to go playing goldfish.
I don't know if I would describe that as a hell of a way to go, but it is a way to go.
It's not hell of a boss, I can tell you that.
That was a stretch of a joke, but alright.
I can show you a stretch.
I prefer you didn't.
Well, if there's nothing else here.
Don't forget to look
Yeah.
up.
What am I looking up?
You see icicles. They look pretty and tasty.
Tasty.
Yeah. Like ice.
Like good ice.
Can we
Yeah,
shave
Good
it?
shiz.
Sure.
I mean, you could, but it doesn't have any hair.
Hey, hey, guys. God fucking damn it.
And meltable. True, Joy, true. Turn that into ice soup.
Wouldn't that just be water?
Yeah? It's ice soup.
No. Okay.
I like how I went from making Mikey laugh to giving Mikey a small headache.
Yeah. It happens.
But Alina, overthinking is what I do best. It's called anxiety.
That's why I gave you a bread sandwich, Bird.
Yeah,
The
just like
fuck did you just call me?
Bird. Would you rather I call you chicken?
You can't use the hard R. It's bid.
It's Bird.
Duh.
Bird.
Can we squeeze through those?
Just barely, but yes.
I don't know.
Suck
I
it
don't have
in.
squeeze. I'm a tiny boy.
I don't know if Urgai can fit.
Suck it in, turtle.
He can't suck it in.
The shell concaves.
No, it's one of those moments where you look away, and then Urgai is through somehow.
Our guy does shell cartwheels to get through.
Rapid spin.
Arliss comes out and Urgai's on the other side already.
How the fuck?
That took you so long.
But you were. What?
It's like one of those Scooby-Doo moments where it's like, there was a door over there.
Yeah, there was a door right here. Hold on. Right here. In fact, to make that joke funnier, let me reveal that part. Right there, there's a door.
No
Yeah,
fucking.
now the joke's funny.
Is there actually a doorway there?
No.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's a
About to be
joke.
like,
Yeah, that is why
I
it's
was
a joke.
about to headbang the wall. Holy shit. So,
I gotta wonder how many small groups of zombies Sam put in here still. How many more are left?
Mm-hmm.
Urgai,
Yes.
looking up that path, you see there's a door at the end of that hallway.
Thank God.
Right there. There's something written on it, though.
Oh, fuck.
Does anyone read Celestial?
wait.
Damn it.
I think I do.
Maybe,
Yes!
actually.
Yes! Kay does!
Alright.
I do too. I also do.
Yes, I also read the Celestial.
No, you
So
can't,
3 of us
Octad.
can.
No, you can't, Octad.
What do you mean?
Only Giant.
God damn it, like, speak it though. Come on, like the one time.
Yes,
you
I
speak
can.
Celestial. Not
I can in fact read Celestial.
cool.
Fuck you, Sam. Taking this away from me.
I'm sorry, but Urgai
No.
and Kay can read the word justice on the door.
Just
Justice.
this dick in your mouth.
Arlos, I'm
That's
taking
not
that
appropriate
inspiration
to say
away.
it.
Oh!
It's not appropriate. Not appropriate to say next to your child.
Hey, there's a Zubat in chat, the rarest Pokemon.
Yeah, the
I
rarest
like
Pokemon.
Zubat. I like Zubat.
I do actually too.
Zubat's a fun one.
I would have a pet Zubat as long as it didn't bite me. He'd probably bite
They
me.
literally have leech life.
He doesn't mean he has to bite me. I have a cat. Doesn't mean he has to bite me.
But it's so fun.
Oh, look, a zombie.
Sam, down, girl.
Yeah.
This bottle.
Would you
Fuck
like to
yeah,
go
I
through
caught
the
the bat.
justice door?
Please, I don't want to fight anything else in here.
Justice.
You go through it, Octad?
I'm going through the justice door.
Okay. Octad goes through the door, and it slams shut behind him. With the doorknob disappearing.
Oh, shit.
Urgai just has this slightly concerned look on his face, just the
Do you think we should have stopped him?
Nah, he's a big boy. He can do what he wants.
Well, I'm not going to explain it to Penny when he dies.
Not our problem.
they explain Urga's face. Do you know that face you make like when you pull in your lips and your eyes get really wide? Just like,
Yeah.
approach to the well.
From the ether, guys. There's Candy.
No one can hear you scream.
Justice will prevail.
So, as you're watching Akta do that, you just see the zombie trying to turn its head, but it can't. For some reason. You.
Well, since I'm in the ether, I'm gonna go get food.
Okay. What do the rest of you like to do?
Should we try and get him, or
Do we have to?
I mean, not really, but
Go sis.
Is his tongue iced to something?
No.
That wasn't very convincing,
You
now
can't
was it?
prove anything. Joy, you can clearly see as his ice is stuck to the, or his tongue is stuck to the ice. His ice is stuck to the tongue, which is sticking out in front of him. Do you have any tooth?
Are we playing Go Fish?
Dang it. Forgot to swap. Alright, so what would you all like to do? Besides Joy asking him if he has any 2s, 4s, 5s.
Where's she going? Oh.
I like to think Charles just kind of like kind of just walks over to Zell and is like, should we be worried for Joy?
I'm
Probably.
always worried for Joy.
Guess we go after her.
Well, I mean, the zombie's kind of frozen to a pole there. I wouldn't really.
Do you
Just
have
in
any
case.
2s?
oh, he's saying, do you have any 2s?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll get you a 2 if you can tell us how to get through the door.
Do you have any 2s?
Wrong answer.
Are you gonna attack this thing?
I mean, I was gonna see if it was gonna give us the answer to the door, but I mean, if you insist.
What makes you think it knows the answer to the door?
I don't know.
You cleave its head off, its body falls. Its head's still up there. That's a hit.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, yeah, that checks out. That is 30 damage. So you cleave this thing's head off, and its body falls. Its head is still stuck to the ice.
Oh, well, I tried doing him a favor. Oh, well.
Does it have to... Alright,
The rabbits.
the rabbits.
Rabbits, George.
So, what would the rest of you like to do?
Well, Not sure.
Jesus fuck, turtle moves fast as hell.
Just looks around. He's nowhere to be seen.
I love how the map just kind of cuts off
Arlos,
over there.
I had to make a block because I had too many doors. This is a wall. This is a wall.
Oh, okay, I see.
Or guy, that's a wall.
Wait, why'd you?
Arlos,
Am I looking at a wall?
roll a perception check.
Oh my god.
Alright. Unfortunately, you're not able to see as this little fucker flies behind you. What do you mean, not yet?
I have abilities.
What kind of abilities?
I have the knowledge.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead and roll it. This will determine if it gets a surprise round or not. Okay, it does not get a surprise round.
Yeah.
Alina, you're up first. As you watch this thing flutter down to Arlos, and he's like, "You don't fucking dare!" He's just pointing directly at it. Oh, you're going in for melee?
Fuck him up.
Gonna try this. Okay. Alright. Roll with the katana. That is a hit. Go ahead and roll for damage and apply sneak attack. As you have at least one ally within melee range. Okay, that is 14 damage. Alright, 14 damage, yeah. Is that your turn? Okay. Next up is Joy. How's it going, Joy? Okay, you can burn it if you want. That's a hit. That's a hit. That's a big hit. Go ahead and burn it, Joy. That's 16 fire damage. Cool. Can I get Arlos, Zell, and Alina to roll me a dexterity saving throw?
Oh, fuck.
Alina saves. Arlos doesn't. And Zell saves.
Nice.
So, Arlos, you're going to take the total 3 damage. Zell and Alina are going to
Bird.
take 1. And now that that's dealt with, we're going to reveal this area right by all of you. As down another hallway, you see yet another door.
Can I go check and see what the door says?
Sure.
If I can read it at least.
Alright. Can you read giant? No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
God damn it.
No, I wanted to tease Doc. It's in Celestial again. Urgai and Kay, you can both read that this says order.
I will have order.
You will have order?
If you're gonna order, can I have some chicken nuggets?
That's
Uh,
cannibalism.
Don't talk. It's fine. Don't mention it.
I mean, chickens do it all the time.
Yeah.
Literally.
Humans are the one animal on this planet that frown upon cannibalism.
Yep. Anyways, what would you like to do with the door?
I guess I'll go through it.
You'll go through it? Alright. Arlos, you open the door and you walk through it. And it closes behind you.
Can I give Zell a hug before I do?
Do you remember to do it before you walk through the door?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I will allow it. Ata, did you also want to give a child a hug before you went?
What? I'm sorry, I was eating food.
Did you want to give a hug to a child before you left?
No.
Okay. So what would the rest of you like to do?
Kay will offer a hand to Zell and be like, well, come with us, buddy. Seems like your dad's gonna be gone for a indeterminate amount of time.
Eric, I just zoom in again.
Pretend Zell came with Kay. I can't move him.
Crow, you do have control of Zell.
Yeah, I moved them.
Yep. Oh, and also the same thing happens with that door. That it closes and the doorknob disappears from it.
I hope we aren't making mistakes by splitting up like this.
I hope so too.
Yes, and it's totally not done on purpose. Going down? I'll reveal a little more to you since you'll be able to see in these directions as well.
I almost lost Urgai.
You don't want to do that.
To the black fog.
Actually, you'd be able to see this too.
Just casual zombie.
He's trying to pick up a rock.
Is he succeeding?
He's trying to pick up a rock.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Oh, look, another one.
Yep. Hey, Uragai,
Yes.
would you like to roll me a perception check?
Shit.
Fantastic. Sure. Has anybody ever said no they didn't want to roll a perception check?
I don't think so.
Probably.
All right. You're able to see. Can you guess what it is?
Is it
I
an
have-
icicle?
It's an icicle! And you're able to move before it. Goody.
Nice.
Oh, I did put it on the wrong layer. Damn it.
I'm gonna smack it.
Ooh, you smack it?
Yes.
Just open palm, smack it on the top of the head.
Bad.
Bad icicle.
Roll an attack.
19
That's a hit. And what element are you using?
Fire.
Are you sure you want to do fire?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it explodes.
Fantastic.
Go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw. Alright, you save. So you don't take the 4, instead you take 2. As it
Lovely.
explodes into an icy flourish. What else would you like to do?
Are we in combat with the zombies?
No.
Alright, I'll keep moving forward then.
Okay. And like the other hallways before you, you see yet another door. And
And what does this one say, God?
Liberty.
Liberty, liberty,
Liberty.
I hate that fucking ad, by the way.
Kay just kind of props his hands on his hips and he's like, well, which one of us should go through this door?
Whoever wants to go first.
My time has come as he just power slides toward the door.
You ultra kill slide at the door, busting through it before it just slams shut behind you.
It's just like a cutout PNG sliding toward the door.
All right.
Well,
Everyone's gone.
Kay kind of like turns to Elena and is like, well, should we continue on? Bless.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, I guess we head this way. Come on, children. Be careful.
All right.
Do 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 do.
Mana. Do. Mana. All right. You head down further, and you're able to see even more of the path before you.
I would like it to be known that I intermittently look upward because icicles.
Yep. You don't see anything here. Or there. If you just want to go ahead and roll me perception checks every now and then as well. Just in case.
Okay. Which way, Elena?
Mana.
Mana.
Flip a gold.
Flip the gold.
Okay. Heads we go right, tails we go left.
The faces on the gold are a picture of a cat wearing glasses and the tail end of that cat who wears glasses.
And if it somehow lands on the edge straight ahead.
Punch through the rock.
Get stuck in a rock.
Okay, roll 1d3.
1d3, okay. how do?
Slash roll space 1d3.
Three. Well,
I fucking swear to God, it lands on its side in the crack beneath your feet.
straight ahead it is then. I pick up the gold and put it back in my gold pouch.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking.
1 and 3. The path just seems long, icy, and cold. And it seems to get colder the less people you have in your party.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ominous.
I know. It's almost like it's an ice god or something.
God, almost, right?
Yeah. Oh, I should stop. Shit, I'm dumb.
I'm gonna move here and then.
Okay. You see nothing.
Cool.
You actually avoided one earlier.
Oh god, which way now?
Flip the gold.
Flip the gold!
Roll 1d3.
Flip the god. Wait, no, go back. Flip the god is better. Sam, come here.
No.
Mordred and I are gonna use your gold.
No. You already have the Sam dollar. That's not what the currency is called.
You flip this time, Elena.
Just roll 1d2 or just evens and odds on a die or something. Okay, 2. That's tails.
Alright.
Did you determine which way was which?
We did not determine which way was which first.
You just flipped it, and that's your result. Alright. You head leftwards. Also, Zell.
Yeah, left would be right.
Sure. Sure, let's go with that. Hey, Alina, can you roll me a perception check?
We're off to see the wizard.
The wonderful Wizard of Oz. And I did not anticipate how long this section was going to take. Alright, you see nothing.
Oh boy. Is that a skeleton or a zombie?
Yes.
Okay. Is he saying, do you got any fives or some shit?
No, this one's tongue is also stuck to a rock.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Is that a chest or an overturned barrel?
It's
I can't
a chest. Not like a chest as in boobs, but like a chest as in, you know, gold. Or mimic.
An openable chest, yeah.
Be careful.
Queen. Queen. Perception check, please. Do you have a queen?
A queen?
Hey, Alina. There's a fucker right here.
Oh my god! Kill it!
True.
Just don't use
It's
fire.
an icicle. You mean you can use fire?
I mean, yeah, but it explodes.
It explodes when it dies.
Oh.
Look, it was already there. I put these in like 2 weeks ago. I installed them like 2 weeks ago.
You installed the monsters for the monsters update patch 2
Exactly.
weeks ago.
That's a hit. Go ahead and roll dice, and it... Oh, that's a critical hit, because it didn't act first. That's... Okay, roll a dexterity saving throw. That's a save, and you will only take 2 damage as it explodes. Queen? Do you have a queen?
He looks down at like a non-existent hand of cards and is like, "Nah, man, go fish."
Damn it. I mean, you can't respond to it, so technically no. There's an axe you in chat also.
Axe you?
I want
I'm
to
going
ask
to
you a
ask you a
question.
question. Yeah.
Same brain cell.
I love axe you.
Sure. Roll me an investigation check. Alright. You push against this thing, and it seems locked. You succeeded. Alina, you succeeded. Yeah. It's a locked chest. You check it by pushing it open. Do you have a pair of thieves' tools, perchance? Yeah, that one actually hasn't stacked. So, go ahead and roll a sleight of hand, and then add your proficiency bonus on top of that. I mean, she's right there, kinda.
Damn.
Oh.
So, about taking Zafira earlier.
She did nothing wrong.
You succeeded. You unlocked the chest.
And mimic.
Would you like to open it? Alright, you open it, and you see a small bag, a 2-foot long metal rod, and a circlet. I don't know. I could have made it a mimic. You never know. All right. You pick up a metal stick, a circlet, and a small bag.
Don't show Charles the metal stick. It'll be an upgrade, and he'll be like, "It's a metal stick."
It's shorter than the quarterstaff.
God damn it, poor Charles.
Aerith? Like from Final Fantasy? Okay, so I was right. Interesting. It's not a staff though. It's just a metal stick.
A metal stick.
It's like an inch thick diameter, yeah. It has a little button on it, and yeah, it's like just 2 feet long.
What happens if you press the button?
I don't know. You want to find out? You click the button. Okay, you click the button and you suddenly can't move it anymore. Like it's stuck there in midair.
Ah! Charles is just like, oh, floating stick!
He reaches for it, just is hanging from it.
He can do pull-ups now.
He can. His inner talk coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he got mixed with a wolf, yeah.
Yeah. Even if it is a dire wolf, it's still canine. All right, you click the button, and the sudden weight of Charles is on the stick, and you. So you kind of drop with it. Roll me a strength saving throw. All right, you're able to like lower him slowly to the ground, but you can't keep him aloft very long. Go ahead and add immovable rod to your inventory.
Immovable rod.
It's a real item, by the way. Not like real as in real life, as real as in it's already a D&D thing.
Kind of like the needlessly huge rod from League of Legends as an item.
Yep. Except this one isn't necessarily unnecessary. Or unnecessarily immovable. So, what would you like to do now? As the zombie
Well,
continues to call out for a queen.
I guess we should keep moving forward.
She's in another castle. Oh.
We queens are made of this.
Bees.
Surprisingly enough, it's actually this. But the singer
Hey.
says these.
Sweet dreams are made of bees. I can't be the only one who's heard that remix before.
I haven't.
Oh my god, I gotta share it with you guys later.
Okie doke. Who am I to disagree?
I traveled the world and the
World
seven
and the seven
bees.
seas.
Everybody's looking for something.
looking for something.
Some of them want to fuck bees. Some of them want to get fucked by bees.
What does the world come to? The bees are retaliating.
Move Zell, please.
It's literally like the first thing that comes up when you look up sweet dreams are made of bees.
The memes, Jack. They're the fuel of the soul.
They really are.
I would like to take a peek down here.
Peek down there. There's another hallway. As Alina, you look up there. One moment. Moving on.
Ah, there he is! It's Bob!
It's Bob! I told you there was a Bob on this map.
It's always a Bob.
It's always a Bob.
Nice.
Bob is my favorite recurring character in this anime.
He's great, isn't he?
I'm so glad I chose to draw a random chicken PNG.
We will make him into a marketable plushie because he's already looking like one.
Yeah.
It's true.
That'll be my first business venture. Bob, the marketable chicken plush.
So would y'all like to
High five.
continue down this hallway?
How many chickens do you need to have a flock? Because I would buy that many chickens.
A
At
group?
least like 4 or 5, probably.
I would buy that many Bobs.
A flock of Bobs.
Yeah.
I want the same amount.
Also, baby chickens are dirt cheap at Rule King.
As you head
It's
down,
true.
you see another doorway down at the end of the hallway.
I was paranoid.
Do you want to know what it says?
Yes.
Authority.
Authority.
I tried to mimic the voice from Baldur's Gate. Anyways, you do actually see something. Pretty high above you, on the cliff, you do see an icicle kind of, just barely moving. Not
Like
coming
up the cliff.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to have noticed you, but it's there. Up on the ceiling.
Do I have a clear path of trajectory from where I'm standing?
You do.
And how tall is that cliff?
About 10 feet. And then it's about 10 feet higher up in the air.
Hold on.
Does that hear a Wow! Okay, Alina.
I would like to throw
On the
a
turn order.
I would like to throw a produce flame like thing at it.
Okay. Go ahead and do the whatever roll it is.
Well then, I missed,
You have
probably.
advantage because it hasn't noticed you.
okay, cool. Go again. Well,
That is a hit, and I'll take the 7 from the first one. So you've dealt 14 to it. And now it notices you. So now it'll be initiative. Now it's Zell's turn.
Bell has a great job.
Zell could climb up there and just stab him.
Oh,
You have the climb speed.
yes. We will do just that then.
Okay. You watch as Zell kind of just like claws up the side of the wall, all the way up to the ceiling, and just pulls out the little venom dagger and just stab.
Oh, we are not stabbing.
No, you are not. Also, you'd be about there. And because Zell's there, you'd be able to see that.
Does Zell still do the two-handed fighting thing, or no?
He needs a hand to stay on the wall.
Enough.
Otherwise, yes.
And that is Zell's turn.
All right. Next up is Charles. Charles, that thing's really high up there.
Yeah, I don't think Charles is getting up there.
Yeah, unlike Zell, Charles doesn't have a climb speed.
Doesn't even have anything ranged either.
I mean,
So,
you never gave him anything ranged.
yeah, because I haven't gotten anything for him yet.
True.
I guess I could get him a bow or something later.
Yeah. Is that gonna be his turn?
Yeah, Charles is like, oh man.
Alright, Kate, you're up.
Guess what we're gonna do again?
Shoot it with fire? While Zell is up there?
Okay, maybe we're not doing this because I love Zell. Hold on.
Zell's kind of in a dangerous spot.
Yeah. Oh, I can't cast this on anybody else. Shit.
Damn.
I have absorb elements prepared right now, and I was like, oh man, that'd be so cool if I could, like, put that on Zell.
That
but,
would
I
be
cannot.
awesome.
But nope, it's a self spell.
That's stupid.
Fuck.
I keep wanting to ask if Zell healed from the full long rest, but he took damage after that.
Yep.
How much space is between... Hold on.
Zell and the Mephit?
Yes.
About 5 feet.
Hold on. I
Hold
can
it.
cast protection from energy on Zell if I get close enough.
You can fly.
And Kay's gonna do just that and jump. Or fly, rather.
Jump.
I mean, I
Kay
have jump
jumps.
prepared.
That's a whole casting, though.
Boop. I'm gonna fly over here and just reach out and touch Zell at
You just barely grab his tail, or tap his tail as you cast the spell.
Yeet.
Yeehaw.
Concentration up to 1 hour. Alright. Anything else you'd like to do?
And then because I can use... Would flying technically count as my movement?
Yes.
Instead of a bonus? Okay,
It is
cool.
it is your movement.
And then I'm gonna bring down on the head of this fucking thing, flame blade.
Oh yeah. Go ahead and roll that. That's a hit. That's damage. That's dead.
Nice.
Alright, so it explodes. And I will need Zell and Kay both to roll dexterity saving throws.
Well,
That's a nat 1 for Kay.
Uh-oh.
Zell, that's 15. So you're going to take half of 7, so 3, and then you resist ice, so half of 3, so 1.
Breathe.
K, you're gonna
Oh,
take
thank
7
God.
cold damage. You also see a pouch, like, right there.
Ooh. Yoink.
You see a couple gems in there.
Can I detect if they have any sort of magic at all?
Do you cast detect magic?
The question is, hold on, do I have... Yeah.
Okay. Yes, you can tell that at least one of them in there is magical.
Gonna pocket those.
Okay. You pocket those berries.
Berries.
Look, the first thing that came to mind is I can't find my berries.
I can't find my berries.
But
Okay,
I found these.
just floats back down over to the others.
Authority.
So who's going through the authority door? That's the question.
Looks at Alina. And Alina looks at Kay.
To be fair, Kay could read the doors.
Well, I'd like to think Kay said that out loud. It like something like it says authority. Who's going through it?
Yeah, but they
You can't
would
read the
need
last
someone
door.
to read it.
What's him?
You can't read, or Alina won't be able to read the last door.
That's true.
Yeah. So Alina, do you go through the authority door? If you must. Okay. I have one question for Kay then.
Oh, God.
Would
yeah?
you like to be alone or would you like the kids to follow you? You give Joy a big hug.
Now the question is, I would assume Kay would be responsible for them. Like, he has to be.
Yes?
Make sure they don't get hurt and everything.
Yes?
Question to everybody else, do you want the bird to be in charge of your children?
Well, I mean, Arlo's hold you in high regard, so.
Honestly, you're the most responsible person in the party.
That doesn't bode well for the party.
Don't you hate us? You're just trying to give Joy a fucking cursed weapon.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not the most responsible. You have the most responsibility, but you're not the most responsible. And it doesn't
Maybe
have
this
to be
is why Charles took the leadership role, because he saw how dysfunctional we were.
fair. But yeah, you go through the door, it slams shut. Do you want the kids to stay with you?
Well, yeah, because there's no telling what kind of trouble is in this cave and if we'll even be able to come back.
Okay.
Should start sending the kids through the doors if you find more.
There's one door left.
Alright, maybe huddle up and try to go through the door all at once.
That's what I tried to do on Soul, but.
I was gonna poof them to a safe place.
How are we supposed to know that?
I asked
Oh.
if you want to be by yourself or with the kids, and you said with the kids, so now I get to let you know.
What the. What? Just send them home. They've seen
Well,
enough.
Oh, they're not going home.
Well, if they get put in a safe space, then no, they don't need to be with me.
Well, you already chose.
That's
What?
alright. Come on, kids.
They're not going into cages.
Let's go explore some more. Kay gets just extremely uncomfortable and apprehensive, but tries to put on a brave face for the kids.
Mm-hmm. You've almost explored the whole cave.
trying to find where I need to go.
You can zoom
Oh.
out.
Yeah. All the way over here. Alright, kids. Hold hands. Make a line. Don't let go.
I'll never let go.
I have the high. Sorry. I should have said that when Kay was up on the cliff. I have the high ground.
Don't do it! Oh, don't underestimate my power!
I like to
that
think this.
movie.
I like to think this guy over here is still like, you got any queens?
Queen. Queen. He's been there for I know how long.
Any Freddie Mercury friends?
Good joke, Sam. It did not get underappreciated.
Thank you.
I'm too tired to laugh.
That's fair.
Should. No, Joy. Let's just figure out where we need to go.
Bloodthirsty. Holy fuck.
I mean, she is the pyromaniac of the group.
Fair.
No, it's called Mercy. Oh,
I mean-
the zombie.
I guess we could, if we truly wanted to.
Queen. Queen. And if Joy really wanted to, she could use one of her level 1 spells.
It's true. That's true. Just a whole crew of guys that were like in here working or some shit, like
Queen.
died while playing a game of Go Fish.
Queen. Go Fish and Truth or Dare.
And truth they did.
That's why some of them have their tongues stuck.
It was a slow night.
It was a very slow night. This all happened in one night.
They got so bored that they just literally died.
Queen. Alright, you heading forward?
Well, yeah.
It's, words.
Anyone got a band-aid?
Why do you need a band-aid?
I was in terrible condition.
No, Zell was asking for a band-aid.
Hold on.
The ego bruise?
I'm
Well,
pretty-
I don't see shit, apparently.
You don't. But you do hear... King? Do you have any kings?
I really like this bit we've got going with these zombies.
It was the dumbest bit I've ever come up with, and I love it.
I am 70% sure you've come up with something dumber.
Probably.
Yeah.
King? You can see this guy's legs are trapped underneath the rock.
Oh man, that sucks.
Also, doesn't Joy know cure wounds?
Oh shit. Charles doesn't see shit either, clearly.
Nope.
I can use Healing Spirit again.
I'm just saying for Zell. I meant for Zell. Oh, that too. What do you mean it doesn't work for Zell? You see a brief glimpse of a door, though. Right here. No, not the zombies. It's not Final Fantasy. You can't just Phoenix down one.
Why would we heal the zombies to begin with?
It wouldn't work. Would you like to read the door, Kay?
Yeah.
This one says, in Celestial, Valor.
Oh, fuck.
Zell, you
And
hear
Kay
7 hit points as Joy gives you a pat on the back and a nice warm hug. A very warm hug.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
slightly uncomfortably warm.
Speaking of healing, Kay is gonna use Healing Spirit on Charles.
Okay. Charles heals 5.
He's almost back to full health, it's fine. Kay turns to look at Zell and Joy is like, come on, children.
You just see them breaking away from a hug.
Oh.
Zell kind of like pulling out the collar of his shirt just to like fan himself. Very warm.
Kay props his hands on his hips and is like, oh, and he like looks over the kids and is like, okay, kids, here's the game plan. All of us need to get through this door. So, one of you can hop on my back. Just be careful of my wings.
Charles just hops on immediately.
Oh, okay. And then I will carry the others on each hip. Hold on tight.
So, you group up kind of like that.
Yep.
And I'll form the head. Look, we're not going to question it. So you start to head to the door, and you head through it, and as you step through it, it becomes lighter. And as you turn around, right as the door's slamming shut, you watch as Zell, Charles, and Joy all poof into snow.
What the fuck?
And the door slams shut.
And Kay kind of like bangs a fist against it, like, motherfucker!
Now this next map is going to be all black, and I will reveal you one at a time. So bear with me.
Fair.
Just imagine the All Might scream.
Yep. Yeah.
Wait, did I mess one up? Shit, yeah. Liberty was supposed to be truth. My bad. Alright, who got justice?
That was me.
Alright. So, we first go to Octad, who finds himself in a dark room. All the
I
way
agree, it's pretty dark.
over here.
Am I in space?
We'll find out. Anyways. So, in front of you, there seems to be There seems to be two people. Or no, there seems to be. Sorry, yeah,
Got it.
there's two people and a scale in between them.
Gotta organize your notes better.
Look, this was 2
Roll
weeks
to
ago.
pickpocket Anubis.
You see two individuals, one kind of shackled down, another kind of standing off to the side, looking angrily at the one shackled. And in between them is a scale. On one end is a small figurine. Kind of looks like the guy who's shackled. And in front of it are 3 other figurines, each one labeled differently. Guilty, freedom, or death, freedom, or imprisonment. And underneath them, it says, decide their fate.
Okay. Well, so can you possibly repeat the scenario because I'm tired and I didn't fully process it.
In front of you, there is a scale. On one
Yep.
end of the scale, there is a figure that looks like the guy who's shackled up to your right.
Okay.
To the
Okay.
left is an angry guy staring daggers at the guy on your left is the guy staring daggers at the guy on the right.
Okay, I think I got this now. So, guy on left staring at the guy on the right who is chained up and shackled.
Yep.
I have on the scale in front of me, on one side, the figurine that looks like him. On the other side, the 3 figures that say like
No,
death,
not on the other side.
imprisonment,
In front of the scale, there are 3 figures.
in front.
You have to pick
Okay.
one to put onto the other side of the scale.
Well, before I do anything, be like, what's going on here? What's happening here?
The guy who's shackled kind of pulls his head up slightly, not really looking up, but just enough to address you better. I am being charged with murder.
That's pretty bad. Did you do it?
Yes.
Okay. Why are you angry at this Mr. Man?
He killed
Okay, then.
my sister. I want him
Okay, what
dead.
do you- Oh, okay. Octa would go to death and put it on the scale.
What the fuck?
Okay. You take death, place it on the scale, and it balances out. And they disappear. As one of your bands lights up and dissipates into a bit of smoke, into snowflakes.
I don't
fade
know if
away.
I did that right or not, but I feel like I did it right.
Well, you did do a life for a life.
Okay, who got justice, which is actually going to be truth?
But I had justice. Yeah, it was a different one.
Oh no, who got liberty, which was supposed to be truth?
I think that was me.
Okay,
It was whoever went through the second door.
No, I got order.
Oh, I thought it was
you
the
got
second one,
order?
my bad.
yeah, we'll go with order first then, or next then, since you got it next. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all good.
Libbity-bibbity.
All right,
I still hate those ads so much.
Arlos,
But they're so good. Yes.
you appear in your own dark room, and you see a couple in front of you, just yelling and arguing at each other.
Okay. What are they arguing about?
She seems to be angry at him for selling stuff. And he seems to be angry at her for um, gambling everything away.
Okay, so she has a gambling addiction, and he's trying to fix
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
situation.
Sorry, I got that mixed up. He's angry at her for um, getting them into debt.
Okay. How did she get him into the Arlos's asses? What's going on, you two? Why are you angry at each other?
Because she got in trouble with loan sharks. I wouldn't have had to get loan sharks if you didn't spend all our money.
Yeah, I'm seeing both sides here. How did you end up going through all of your money?
I have a problem with gambling. But I was able to pay off those loan sharks. It just took a little bit of ingenuity. You sold everything we owned.
What were you exactly gambling on that you had no control over yourself?
I was just trying to make some gold at the pub. I have a problem with gambling. I tend to do it more than I need to. This is exactly why we're in this situation.
Well, hold on now. While that may be true, you also went to loan sharks in order to fix your situation, instead of coming together as a family and thinking of something.
How am I supposed to trust him with anything? He will just spend all the money himself. I know this. I know him. He can't be trusted with that.
Is this true? You just can't be trusted with finances at all?
No, I can be trusted. I would have liked to at least known that we were doing this before loan sharks showed up at our door.
See that? Yeah, I wouldn't want just anyone coming to my house and then demanding that all my money. So, have you two have ever considered communicating? Having a share of your own cash and putting it together like a little savings account.
How could I communicate with her if she doesn't even bring up anything we do? She never talks to me about any decisions.
But how's that a relationship?
Why do you think I go gambling all the time?
What? Are you stressed that she's not communicating? That's what leads to your gambling?
Yes.
Do you feel? So what you're telling me is you're both at fault here.
Excuse me.
No offense. I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can. If you can't communicate anything to your partner, how can they trust you with anything? You're supposed to be a team.
Well,
Teammates should be able to communicate anything, no matter how harsh. They will work through it because they love each other.
And I do love you. I just want you to talk more. Be honest with me. Speak up. Don't just do things suddenly behind my back. I need you to be around more. Why can't we just enjoy our time together? You're never home. You never talk to me.
So if you two never talk, how is the home life? Certainly, there's something you two have in common, or else you wouldn't have fallen for each other.
I love her singing. I haven't sung in years.
Is that something you're passionate about?
I was, but I've been busy recently.
I think something just clicked in my head.
And what have you been busy with that will stop you from chasing your passions?
Taking care of the house while he was gone. Doing God knows what.
Now, I'm going to need a little bit of honesty from you. What could you have possibly been doing that you left your own wife alone at home?
Looking for work. I was trying to find something so that we can afford things that we need, so we can spend more time together, but the more I look, the less time we have together.
You never told me that.
You never asked.
Stab them.
Wow! You see a devil on your shoulder, just stab them.
And it surprisingly looks like Octod.
Listen, if you kill them both, then you've brought order to the situation because they're both dead.
Murder doesn't solve
Murder-
everything.
No, but that
So
would
it
solve
solves this particular problem.
What does your schedule look like? You seem to be a busy man, always looking for work. Have you thought about odd jobs you can do throughout the day?
I spend as much time as I can looking for work, and when it's not that, I'm at the pub gambling.
But instead of spending your time at the pub gambling, don't you think you should spend that time with your wife?
Depends on whether or not she wants to scream at me again.
What would she possibly have to scream at you for besides not seeing her and spending all the money?
It's more that he's just never home. I never get to see him. He doesn't stay put.
That's the last time you two even embraced.
They both blush and look away.
Is that what kids are calling it these days? Embracing?
Listen here, they're just... they're having a rough patch, okay?
Listen, I need you to do me a favor.
I'm listening.
Arlos will hand each of them 5 gold.
They look up at
Want
you,
to,
eyes wide.
want to do a little exercise. One of you is going to... Not one of them. That's not going to work. We're going to give you a starting fund, yeah? But whenever you two need to go and buy something, whether it's recreational or for the house, you need to communicate with one another. So we're going to practice.
Okay.
What should we start with?
Well, first, Oh, sorry.
I
I'm going to let you do that part.
I would like to for us to have a place to sleep together with again.
Yeah. We can start over. We can afford a new home, right?
Yeah, it's thanks to I'm sorry, what's your name?
My name doesn't matter, but you can call me Arlos.
Thank you, Arlos. With the money Arlos gave us, we could form a home, new furniture, maybe even take you to that nice pub down the place. You know, the one that makes your favorite food.
You haven't taken me there in years. Let's do that. And Arlos, you watch as a band around one of your arms lights up and dissipates into snowflakes. All right, Who had the truth door?
It was the Liberty door.
Oh, it was the Liberty door. So that was.
That
Urga?
was me.
Okay,
Yeah. That's why I got confused. My bad.
I'm sorry. So, Urgai, you find yourself in a room that comes to a large black wall with two doors on it. By each door, you see a guard standing still.
I will approach them.
Halt. You must decide which door to head through. However, one of us only tells the truth, the other only lies.
Oh God.
Make your choice wisely.
They both say
Okay.
simultaneously.
I look at one of them. What's 1 plus 1?
2,
I look at the other one. What's 1 plus 1?
4.
Which door is the right door? I asked the one who answered 4.
This one.
I go through the door he didn't point to.
You go through the one that the other guard was that was guarding. One of your bands glows and dissipates into snowflakes.
Math, the only absolute.
Wow. You boiled that down to the most basic solution. I can't
Next-
even be mad. That was impressive.
Next up, authority. Alina. We had a...
I'm in tears. That was way too easy.
I'm sorry. I did this top down, okay? Alina,
That was funny.
you, in front of you, stands Joy and Luna. And next, in between them, it says, choose one to die.
Ew.
Right, that went from 0 to 100 real fast.
It's what it says in my notes, I'm sorry.
Choose one to die.
Choose one to die.
Jesus.
That wasn't the Paradox Brothers necessarily, also. That was an old legend that they're based on. Yeah, no, that's fair. Anyways, what is your choice? Joy or Alina? No, Joy or Luna. Joy or Luna. No, it's Joy or Luna. I'm sorry, it's not you. Joy or Luna.
Damn. Really said pick your favorite kid.
Yeah. You choose yourself? Even though you're not an option? Okay. Your band glows and fades into snowflakes as the sight but in front of you disappears into shadow. Last but not least,
I don't wanna.
you're
I
gonna,
can't handle it.
you're gonna.
Slay your son.
No.
After that last one, I wouldn't put it past Sam.
K.
Yeah.
You appear in a dark room. In a small distance, you see a large, shadowy dragon and a sacrifice standing in front of him. And the sacrifice is Charles.
No. Absolutely not. No.
What do you do?
Not thinking. I just want Kay to run up and just take Charles and put himself in Charles's place.
With that, the vision before you blows away. Your band lights up and dissipates into a heap of smoke, of snowflakes. Congratulations. You all passed your tests. Now reap your reward.
Just Bob. Bob is the reward. Giant Bob.
The fuck is this?
This is mildly unsettling.
We've
Why
slain
was
an
that?
elder god. We have slain an elder god.
Also, you said one band. We've all lost. But we all have two.
Correct.
Don't think I didn't notice that.
You were supposed to. Also say
Specifically
hi
made
to
it obvious.
Ultimate Bob.
Mega Ultra Bob.
Oh wait, you can't see his name tag.
No, we can see him.
I definitely see him.
You know, this
He's kind of a
actually makes it really
unit.
easy. You can see the light in his eyes.
Damn.
I like to think that Kay just kind of crouched down, is like rocking back and forth with his like hands on his head, like, no, no.
Look at all of you got trauma. I just killed a man.
I mean, I just did math equations
Oh, yeah.
in one.
You did math. I forgot.
He just straight up killed the guy. No remorse.
To be fair, it seemed pretty obvious. He killed someone. He admitted it to me, and the other guy's like, "Oh, I'm dead." So I'm like, "All right, death."
And see that proves that there's like at least two like different thinking people, because I was like, oh well, he sounds kind of sad about it, and an eye for an
Yeah.
eye doesn't make, like, all it does is make a world blind. So like, it's two different types of people.
I mean, he did the crime. Octod isn't gonna think it through.
That's true.
There was more
Who's
to it though.
say that it was in self-defense.
I 100 believe there was more to it. But Octod did not hesitate. He committed a crime. He died.
Alright, what would you like to do now?
I will. How would I even go about getting to the rest of the group?
You can crawl
You gotta
up the
climb.
leg and climb up the stomach.
Oh. That was much more clean than what I was gonna say.
No. Bad.
Just the meme of the guy looking up in horror.
It's a Ken doll.
What is that from?
I
don't
don't know.
Trolls
I
2?
feel like it's. What? I don't think so.
Not like the modern day ones, like an older one. Like, they're eating her. And then they're gonna eat me. Oh
I
my
heard that.
god. So I assume you climb up to Arlos? Alina, it's the same thing but with the kneecap there.
Is this a gap, like a full gap?
Yeah, it is a gaping wound.
Can I like fly over it?
Sure. It's a little weird to fly here, but you have your bearings enough with the gravity centering on the body.
This area looks familiar to me in a way.
Octad?
Hmm?
Would you like
I
to
guess I
join
should
the
go
group?
join everyone. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
So where are the kids?
Fucking
Well, yeah,
question.
Um, Kay just kind of looks down and then looks back up and he goes, "They disappeared in a puff of snow."
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, I tried to bring him through my door. I really did, but apparently whatever god owns this temple,
Hi, how are you?
did want the kids in this. So I don't know where they're at. I tried. I really did.
And as you all stand there discussing, as I try to put your tokens on a board, one second, I almost got them all. Hip dip. Hit yeah. You all
Carlos will pat Kay's shoulder. You did your best.
Look, I can't fight a god. I don't know.
the bands on each one of
Alright,
you that
then.
remains starts to glow as you all meet up with each other until you start fading away and reappearing in a snowy
Did
path.
powers combine? I am Captain. Sorry.
I see Bob.
Yeah.
Bob.
He's usually at the highest point of the map.
Kinda. Usually.
Oh hey, it's our kids and an assailant.
An assailant. You all look up to the.
Yup.
Okay, Urgai, as you zoom across the snowy plain,
Turtle is gone.
you can recognize this figure, as they are very much heavily cloaked.
Was I not supposed to go up here?
You're fine. They are heavily cloaked, and actually, I'll stop you here. And everyone else can catch up as well, if you want. This is a heavily cloaked figure that seems slow and softly spoken, that you actually recognize as Deadman.
Dead man? Oh.
And as you all come up, you actually hear him speak up.
So, they're finally here, huh? Go back to your parents, kids.
As your kids all see you and run back to you.
Was that you, Sam?
That was not.
No, that I could tell that was someone's recorded voice.
It was someone's recorded voice.
Okay, I was just checking.
You might be able to recognize the voice at some point.
We don't know. I don't know whose voice it was.
Yeah. But they speak up again, directing you directly. Directly. Mm-hmm.
I'm impressed. You did well to make it here. I must thank you for clearing the church of those who were kept from moving on. And for passing the trials of Cain. However, I have one final challenge for you.
As the figure removes their cloak, revealing what lies underneath, a humanoid undead form of a knight.
Yeah, I was about to say, it sounds like either coldest or extreme.
Must now be put to rest.
Okay, yeah, it is coldest.
Prove your might before my frozen judgment.
As you all face against the coldest knight of Kalen.
Yeah, that's
And
what I thought it was either coldest or extreme.
It was very quiet. It was extremely quiet. I'm sorry. I should have asked Coldest to do it better, but I was running out of time.
I knew that wasn't extreme.
Yeah.
I talk to him way too often for me to not recognize his voice.
So, if you would like, you can fight him now, or you can wait till next session.
Next session, because it's getting late.
Yeah, next session.
All right.
I feel bad. Mordred's always ready to fight. I'm sorry, Mordred.
It's fine. Which is actually fitting, as he'll also allow you to rest if you need.
Yeah,
Not. I don't need it too bad, but I'll take a little bit.
I'll take a short rest, yeah.
As well.
Very well.
Well,
I'll be here when you're ready.
And that is where we'll call it for this session.
That's where you'll call it for this session.
That's where I'll call it for this session.
Yeah, bitch.
It's gonna be a bit awkward because of the whole work situation I have next week.
A little bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all good.
shit.
But yeah.
Fine. It'll be fine.
Thank you everyone for joining us for this week again. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we'll be here again next week for more Adventures in Farris with I forget, who are you people again?
Who are you people?
Look, I have to have a thing, okay?
I am the Mini Eddie. I was playing Urgan the Thortal Monk. I will be going live tomorrow, which will be my first time going live in a long time. I'm not really sure why I haven't been going live. I think I just kind of fell out of it for a minute. Yeah, but I will be going live tomorrow. I haven't fully decided what I'm playing. I'm either playing Lost Planet or Warframe. It's going to be one of the two.
Lost Frame.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's just... I was going to say that's just Chains of Horror, but yeah. I'm going to popcorn to Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mikey.
Thanks. Hold on, let me move my microphone. My microphone arm's got a squeak to it. Oh god.
I heard it.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It was beautiful.
It wasn't that loud.
Hello everyone, my name is Cosmos Keeper, aka Karen. And I don't have a set schedule for streaming, but I am back to streaming now, so it's great. Even though I'm in the process of a redesign again. We don't talk about it!
We don't talk about the redesign, despite the fact that
We
it
don't.
looks really damn hot.
But it's... we don't talk about it, and I don't know when I'll post it, but whatever.
It's like Fight Club.
It's like Fight Club, you don't talk about it. First rule.
You just
Mordred.
broke the first rule.
What are you talking about?
Exactly. What are you talking about?
Would you do
Hey,
this?
I'm Mordred. Not sure when I'll get back to streaming yet, just haven't really felt up to it.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
And you've been having like technical issues with your PlayStation.
Yeah. Alright. Crow and Doc. Who you choosing?
At the same time?
No,
Same time.
I was asking Mordred. I was asking Mordred.
That and y'all keep kidnapping me for other stuff.
Yes, and?
Hey, I haven't done anything. I'm going to be blamed. I want it to be accurate.
Yeti specifically.
That was my fault. You jumped into the party.
Fair. I still call fair on
Yes.
that, Yeti. But anyways. Who's next?
He's not going to do it. Everybody, my name's KiryuMakoto. I played Arlos, the X-Blade Warlock, aka the world's worst marriage counselor.
You did a lot better than I thought you would. I didn't think it
I was
would take
about to
as
say-
long.
I think you could have done better. You should have stabbed him.
I honestly thought you were going for an It Takes Two reference.
I've
But
never
it does
played it.
take two.
I don't have a
Did you
two
stop?
to take with.
You should have done all that, then stabbed him and said, now you get the point.
Christ, no.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I haven't been streaming much either. I'll probably get back into it at some point. Doc, go ahead, man.
I feel like the things I say are concerning sometimes, but really funny. I am Octa the Docto. I took a bit of a break last week from streaming. I'm gonna be a little bit light this week, but I think I'll stream tomorrow playing the Dragon's Prophecy, which if you like old Final Fantasy games, you'll like it. And it's got some solid music and pretty good pixel art. Do I have anything else to add? Follow me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTubes.
Follow him on the YouTubes. He has a new series. It's really nice.
It's true. I'm gonna finish editing the newest one, which Sam is in.
Yay!
And that'll come out probably this Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I'm excited.
About Monster Hunter.
Nice.
I love Monster Hunter.
Yes,
Same.
that's why you joined, because I told you what we were doing. You're like, can I join? I'm like, all right.
Yep.
There's a bit more process to it than that, but that was the basic rundown.
That's the important stuff.
Monster Hunter is really fun.
Yeah.
It is.
And I am Sammy, your godmommy, and Dungeon Master, Cat VTuber, TRPG VTuber. And my streaming schedule is Tuesday. I should make a schedule. I should stream more. So anyways, thank you all for showing up. Really appreciate it. I seriously am debating on streaming more because I really want to, but I just never do it. And I'm really stupid for not doing it.
You might as well.
I am really stupid and lazy.
You're
And
not
ADHD.
Stupid.
Yes, I am.
I'm stupid.
I'm stupid.
It's okay. Sam's a stupid blonde. That's
I'm
alright. People
fucking
like that.
stupid.
Okay, fun fact, I'm blonde in real life.
I am the
so-
stupid.
Yeah, we know. Don't worry. We know.
Wow. Wow. Okay, I see how it is. Just rude to all of us. Fine. But anyways, thank you all for showing up. Have a good night, day, time zone, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And I will see you next week. Also, remember to catch this series on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start doing shorts for it soon. At some point.
Nice.
Maybe. I really should.
My revolution will be known amongst the people.
The revolution. But yeah. So, who we rated?
Dusk is streaming.
Dusk it is.
Yeah. Alright, apparently no one feels like thinking tonight.
That was the first name on the list that I saw, and I was like, well,
Oh, I saw the notification of her going live.
I did
She's
too,
doing-
yeah.
She's doing
I
alright.
was
popped
going
in.
to look.
Same. I will be honest and say I did pop in and redeem first.
Wow.
Popped in.
Wow.
Popped in and redeemed fishing.
So yeah, we do have 2 raid messages. The first one is for followers. Second one is for subscribers. So do please check out whichever one applies to you and use it for the raid that's coming up soon. What? Extreme! Thank you for the 11 months. Thank you for the Prime sub. That's free money.
What's Extreme? What's up, Extreme? Wow.
Oh yeah, I forgot I have Prime again.
It's free real estate.
Yeah, it's free real estate. But yeah, thank you all for coming so much. We're gonna be reading Into Dusk. Mi hermana, la artista. Crow, you're early. No, that's my chat. I'm stupid.
I just wanted to make sure it worked.
I'm stupid. I told you this 1,000 times. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sending the raid early. Y'all have fun. Peace.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
You don't gotta go home, but you gotta get the fuck up out of here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, have a good night, you guys.
Good
It was a
night.
lot of fun playing with you guys.
Yeah, have a good night. Let me just
Yeah.
end
Yeah.
the stream. Actually.